And hello, everybody. How are you doing? We're back. A little bit late, but we're back. How's everyone tonight? Hey, Sora, Siphon, Beppo, Arlong, Pyro. Hi, y'all. Yes, there's a cat. Here he is. He's been running around all day, so we'll see. We'll see if he's sleepy or not during this stream. Hi, Siegfried. Hi, Uni. So, tonight we are continuing this little series for a commission about a body horror uh, wasp infection. So, the concept is eusocial parasites. Eusociality is the sort of really complex societies that some insects form, usually hymenopterans. So usually in the wasp family, so wasps, bees, and ants. Um, and it's basically like, what if it was that but a parasite? Which actually does happen in the real world, just to insects, not to humans. But yeah, it's turning a person into a sort of human hive. Hey, Vishanti. 20 stream streak, nice. I'm glad the streaks are not don't seem to be breaking lately. Let's see, we'll see if they keep that way. um, but yeah, let me show you what I've done for this commission so far. And okay, so I guess like a little bit of context is important. This is for an album cover, not only an album cover, but a little booklet that'll go next to the album. So one of the four pictures is going to be the cover. Still don't know which one. We'll see what the client prefers for the cover itself. But yeah, the four images in a sequence are going to go into a sort of little booklet with some writing, and yeah, the one of them is going to be the cover as well. So let me show you the ones we got. Here we go. So this is the first one, and as you can see, we're going for this like old school sepia tone aesthetic. It's just a cool aesthetic that both the client and I liked. So I actually picked a bunch of pictures from an old dermatology textbook. So, you know, like an old medical book from the like late 19th century that has all these sepia pictures. And you know, since they have like a lot of shots of exposed skin, which shows like the healthiest looking ones, and we are using that as a base. So this is the first part of the infection. Obviously, you get infected. So this big wasp, or it's not necessarily big, like just a close up. It's a normal size wasp. It'll sting you, but it doesn't sting you to just like cause pain or inject venom or anything like that. It stings you to put some eggs under your skin. So it puts a bunch of eggs under your skin, and then the larvae will start popping out and they will start building a hive. The first few larvae just go out and start building, kind of setting up the scene for the ones to come. And as more and more are born, they start building and building and creating a sort of human hive on this person. So yeah, it's a wasp, so we've been using wasp nest or wasp hive pictures. We got some really good ones, and this would be like the advanced stage of the infection. But today we're making like even further than this. We're making like late stage infection to a point where, you know, the human is like hardly recognizable, basically. Butterflies in your stomach? Wrong. Bees. Worse, wasps. So yeah, that is the idea for today. And as you can see with the sequence of photos, we're also like getting further and further away. So we start with this close up, Then we get like real close up, like this, you know, it's a picture of a bug, it's a macro shot. Then we get kind of sort of a close up of the arm. Now we get the torso. We still don't see the person's face. I kind of wanted to, I thought it was nice, just like keep it sort of anonymous. It's an old-timey person with a big mustache, that's all we know. And the final picture, their face is also not going to be recognizable because it's just going to be like in the hive, kinda. Uh, I have an idea what this might look like, but I'm gonna just kind of go with the flow and see what we can come up with. But the basic idea is, you know, we can barely see, like, it's just like a big hive that has sort of human shape, and maybe we can see some of the limbs pop out. Maybe it's still like standing on two legs, so you can tell it's like alive barely, like they're keeping it alive somehow. And you know, the face is like sort of immersed, so we can barely see the face. We can sort of like get the shape, and it's still like mostly on the left side of this person, so we're still following on the same person. It's not like different people with different infections. So yeah, that's the idea for this fourth one. I think once I got the fourth, I'll also go back through these, probably get a more consistent color scheme, because we've been using real old pictures and they each have a bit of a different color scheme, and you know, that's realistic, but I think it would look better if they all, like, just for the consistency of the artworks. Yeah, I think they would look better if they all had a consistent sepia tone. So we'll probably choose like our favorite one from these. I think this one's pretty nice, and we'll just retroactively apply it to the others as well. That is the idea. So yeah, I'm gonna try to figure that out. Also, if you see a Mr. Sabandija on in chat, that is the client. I don't know if they'll have time to pop in here, but I did notify them about this. Oh yeah, I should probably also link their Bandcamp. Here it is, in case you want to check it out. That is where the album will show up first. Vulture bees, yes. One of the inspirations for this. Honestly, yeah, a few inspirations, but one of them is like a literal parasitoid wasp that, you know, will kind of do this. Like, they will parasitize the larva of I think it's usually a moth, and inside all those tiny little wasp larvae, as they're like developing and slowly eating through this moth larva, they will actually like separate into different groups, like workers and soldiers and stuff. And if there are two different wasps, like two different female wasps, we could call these queens, I guess. They're not technically queens in the typical way, but kind of the mother wasps of these parasitoid hives, quote unquote. If two of them parasitize the same larva, the two populations, when they meet, they will not recognize each other and they will start fighting. So there's literally like tiny little wars going on in between different parasites of the same species, going on inside something else's body, which is wild. So yeah, that is the main inspiration. But yeah, definitely like vulture bees having doing like these fleshy, weird hives is also an inspiration. So yeah, we're gonna open this one. We're gonna use that as a base. Have it right here. So what I'm gonna do is just keep all the effects like so. And we're gonna remove anything that's not necessary. What is that? Well, I guess it was a sketch I did. Beautiful sketch. I'm an amazing artist. Okay, so we're gonna take all this effect down, the soft light as well. And we're gonna save that as 4. Cold Noise is the name of the album, or will be. And yeah, we gotta figure out like what this will look like exactly. Pregnancy test, thank you for the follow. So just looking at this picture, it has like a pretty sort of abstract background, just like very blurry, simple gradients. So I think we're going to do the same thing on a larger scale because like we're zooming out. So we're going to fill this with some white, I think, which under the gradient map will probably look like this. And I think we're gonna do gradient tool. We're gonna create a new layer. Gonna make that black, and we're gonna make that a circle. That is not a very good gradient. Okay. So I'll definitely need to smooth this out, but it's a start. Embarrassing your username is in all the chats. It's a very good username. What are you talking about? Okay, so we get a lot of banding, and I think that's just because of the gradient map. To some extent. Or the levels. Yeah, that would make sense, actually. So yeah, we're going to remove these levels too, just to kind of reduce banding, because right now it's getting a little crazy. Okay, so we can get this simple sort of gradient for the background, and we'll probably end up editing it, but it gives us a little base. Hey Liam, doing good. How about you? Oh yeah, did you guys see the April Fool's thing I did? It was last minute sort of idea. My April Fool's ideas are always like very last minute, but I don't know. I guess I think better under pressure because I think it was kind of a banger. If you didn't see it, uh, it is this. I created a fake ending for the Shipetote series, and it's simply like people realize, oh, we can just cook this thing, and they all start getting together and having big cookouts. Like, how did we not think of this before? That's it, and that's the end of the series. And it was really funny because a lot of people thought it was like a legitimate part of the series. While it came out in April 1st, and I get that, you know, it's not the same thing all over the world. It's not like April 1st is not like April Fool's in Spain. In Spain, the equivalent to April Fool's is like in a completely different part of the year. So I guess some people probably wouldn't have caught onto that, but it's like I love that people kind of took it seriously, or like, yeah, what's gonna happen next? And like, nothing. It's a joke. Not everybody. Most people got it was an April Fool. The good ending, exactly. Apocalypse be damned. This boy can cook. Yeah, it's really funny, Siegfried, because I think I just make this sort of art where people will expect or will not be surprised at this sort of like really weird turns. and I kind of love it. I love that I've sort of cultivated an audience like that. That's a cool. Uh, but yeah, I think kind of a banger April Fool's idea. It's kind of hard. Okay, so jokes aside, it's really hard for me to think of like good April Fool's ideas because for all my life, the way I've made April Fool's jokes on other people was photoshopping something and then making them think it was real because it's a funny joke to play on someone, right? Um, like one I did to my partner, and my partner hates pranks, but this was like early in our relationship, so I didn't know back then. So my partner's dad is a plastic surgeon, just like she's training to be a plastic surgeon as well, kind of following the family tradition. But on April Fool's, or the Spanish equivalent of it, I I photoshopped a picture of my dog's ear, just kind of like it fell off, and I'm like texting her like, "Oh my god, my dog's ear fell off. Can you please, can you call your dad, see if he can stitch it back together?" And she actually got like really stressed. I pretty quickly told her, but that's when I learned she does not like pranks. It was a funny prank. It was one of my best. It was one of my best. I can't lie. I do spread misinformation on purpose. Yes. It's called a prank. And it's funny. But yeah, that's the thing. Like I've turned my entire art style into that, into just like making fake but believable things. So how do you make an actual April Fool's joke that isn't like my normal arts? So that's a difficult thought, isn't it? So last year I think was a banger. I think it was like the my best April Fool's thing, and I simply posted an unedited picture, but gave it a a sort of creepy backstory and pretended there was a ghost in there, and people actually got scared, which is so funny. Oh, I lied. I lied. Okay, there's actually a slight edit to the photo. Let me find it for you. I think I got it somewhere around here. What was this? Must be in April 2024. Yeah, there we go. I posted this. There's only a slight edit, and I generally made the picture a bit darker, just to make it look a little creepier, and then I made the hallway entirely black, just to kind of give it a creepy, natural vibe. But I didn't do anything other than that. Like it was literally just 5 minutes, a couple quick edits, and I posted it saying like, "Oh, there's a famous ghost picture," and nobody can explain the weird like figure that appears on the photo. And yeah, people actually like read it seriously and thought it was creepy, and they were going crazy trying to find the ghost. Nobody could find the ghost, and I just kept egging them on, like, "Oh, where is it? I can't see it." And I'm like, "Look a little bit closer," and they were going insane. And yeah, I thought that was really funny because that was just like literally inverting the concept of my art, which is creepy unedited pictures. I trained people to look for creepy things in my pictures, and then I kind of like did exactly the opposite, and and it happened to be a little creepy for some people, which is great. But yeah, so this year I can't do the same thing 2 years in a row, right? So I just like racking my brain, trying to think of something interesting and fun to do here. And that
Someone
was
telling me the eyes on the wall next to the door is actually there.
what eyes? I don't know. You're probably seeing things. Yeah, some people actually like, pareidolia, however you say that, themselves into thinking they were seeing something, which is really funny as well. The best and worst thing about your art is that scientifically evolution could make this stuff mostly parasitic life forms. Yeah, I always try to keep like the speculative biology thing like plausible. There is always a magic to it though. Like, giant crabs are simply not possible um, because exoskeletons just get really brittle, don't really work at large scales. Um, so you can't have like a human-sized crab, as fun as that would be. Obviously, space meat. We don't know. We don't know enough about like what alien life could look like. So who knows? Maybe that's more realistic. I don't think it is, but hey, maybe. Um, and some things I do are actually based on real like things that people believe. Like entombed animals is one of them. Uh, there is this belief that comes from the 19th century where some people claim they would find like live frogs inside of geodes, inside of these like rocks that have been untouched for thousands of years, right? So they would claim, this frog has just been entombed in this rock for thousands of years. Then you pop open the rock and it pops out and it's completely alive. That was a pretty like scientifically accepted belief for sometimes. It was like some high like some well-known people claimed it was real. So it was a well-known sort of fact, and a little bit of that trickles on. And some people still see the stories about entombed animals and think they're real. So when I did the biogeode, that was exactly what I was thinking about. Anyway, let me catch up with the chat. I remember being so concerned and intrigued when I first saw one of your posts. You had to keep following to see what else you make. Oh, thank you so much. Your friend who's a comedian likes pranks and thinks pranks on phobias is funny, specifically aimed at him. I told him I don't think that pranking people based on their phobias is okay because you don't know how deep someone's distress is. Yeah, absolutely. Could find it funny, but some people could generally get distressed. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you should prank people with their phobias. If you know someone's actually really scared of something, for on a psychological level, you probably shouldn't prank them with that. The lady who birthed rabbits from her vagina. What a side hustle. I think I remember that story, yeah. I love hustlers across history. Anyway, let's get back on track. We essentially want a picture of this but further away. But since most of the subject here is going to be the wasp hive, I think we can sort of start with a hive instead of starting with the person, and then we just like add human bits on them. How about that? So start here. We do have a bunch of wasp. Well, I can just look it up here. Hold on. Wasp hive. There were a lot of good ones in these websites, I think. Was it Wasp Nest, perhaps? I don't recall which search I did. Here's one. Hey, Cryptid. Saving us from having to worry about the economy. Lots to worry about, but yeah, like to keep it chill here. How big are you thinking for the hive? Straight up the whole person. Pretty much. Like there's gonna be legs and maybe a bit of a head and a bit of an arm. His dog brought him a stick with a nest on it. Oh no, that's unlucky. I love this picture. Just zoom in. Ooh, look at... Whoa. Hold on. I love this one. Look at that texture. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, I think that might be our main texture here. It's just sort of gnarly and organic. I don't know. I dig it. What about this one? Huh, interesting. Like, you don't usually see this pattern, the honeycomb pattern, outside. That's like inside the nest, or inside the, you know, the hive. So it's pretty interesting to see it outside. It looks like it's like an old one that's been kind of sort of used up, this honeycomb, and it kind of dried up, so they kept building like inside. So now it's like the external wall, because maybe like the initial wall fell away or something. They just kept building around what they had. I don't know, possible. Who knows? Wasps are funny. Have you seen the video of the guy who caught a wasp in his shirt while he was driving and just spent the rest of the drive with one hand holding the wasp in his shirt? Oh my god, I hope the wasp wasn't too mad. Generally, if you're gentle with wasps, they won't attack you. If you freak out around them, they might, because they might see you as a threat, but... Here's another one. I'm thinking mostly like paper wasps, where they create these really cool like paper outsides to their hives. Highly dependent on wasp species. That's possible. I'm mostly familiar with like the standard European wasp. I would not get close to another Asian hornet. Those are scary as fuck. Like they're about the size of my palm. We got them here. Not here where I live, but in Spain, like where I grew up. They've been like an invasive species for, I don't know, a few years, and they are ravenous things. They will eat through entire like fruit trees. In my grandpa's house, he had like orange trees, and they would just like eat through most of the oranges. Like the tree would, you would still see a lot of them hanging, but they would be empty inside, and they would just like slowly rot. So yeah, not a lot of oranges to be had for a couple summers. The wasp was not pleased. You could see his little stinger stabbing the shirt fabric. Oh no! In the state of Georgia, ground-dwelling yellow jackets will attack you just because fuck you. The thing with phobias is that they're phobias for basically everything, so generally simply avoid topics like trypophobia. I wouldn't consider trypophobia like, you know, it has the phobia in its name, and for some people it might actually be really strong, because most people who have trypophobia are just like, or you know, who say they have trypophobia are just like uncomfortable by like when seeing uh, these sorts of images. But, you know, it's not like someone with a phobia of spiders actually getting a spider close to them they can have a panic attack. Very different vibes there. So yeah, there is like a sort of like internet concept of a phobia that's just like, oh, this like this topic makes me uncomfortable, right? Or this like icks me a little bit, and you know that can like have a word for it, but there's a big difference between that and yeah, like the ones that cause you panic attacks. Yeah, exactly. And what Lilith says, the big difference between making something for the world and somebody just encountering it. And, you know, that, you know, bad luck if you encounter something online that you didn't like. You know, there's tagging systems and stuff like Tumblr and stuff, so you can avoid certain things, but yeah, very different thing from like actually like purposefully going to a specific person and going like, I know you hate this, let me scare you. Unless they're a scammer named Beckett, which case, free range. A friend who had to mount the spiders out of Skyrim because generally could not handle it. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a medical, I guess, grade phobia is actually like, you know, it will make your life actually harder in some situations. In the sense that it can have like physical effects on you. Whoa, look at this hive. That's cool. That looks like modern architecture. You know the kind of building I mean. You know what I mean, right? You had a yellow jacket infestation in your room. There was when you were a teenager. Ooh, yeah. That's scary, Suzo. Yeah. Them blobby buildings. I don't like them. I mean, I guess it depends, but I think it's a general trend of architecture. It's not my favorite. When you get your blood drawn, the nurses ask you, have you ever fainted having your blood drawn before? Yeah, I mean, yeah. And it's not like necessarily phobia. It's like some people have phobias of needles. But some people just faint when they see their own blood. Like it's a really like common reaction, or when they see blood in general. And it is more common than you'd think. Like every single med student that I've talked to, including me, has had during their like med school years has fainted, or like at least sort of half fainted, where you have to like sit down with your head low to sort of like take a breather. Sometimes on completely normal procedures, like when you're just like looking at some surgery, and it can be like the cleanest, most bloodless surgery, and there's something that kind of triggers in you, and you just go, whoop. Yeah, I don't know. It's a strange thing. Yeah, I agree with you, Siphon. Like, I only find trypophobia. I usually find it like weird and kind of uncomfortable when it's on human skin. When it's, I don't know, like a weird plant or something. Maybe sometimes it can like slightly remind me of it, but it's not. And it's not a strong reaction. It's just like, ooh, that's kind of icky. Okay, so here we have. Oh, let me get spread my tablet a little bit. There we go. So, select subjects. There we go. Let's put the background back up. I think this is gonna be our base. That's where we'll work from. And to start, I want to increase the contrast to sort of this level, I think. We're going to have to remove the wasps because it is actually going to be much bigger. So the wasps look huge in comparison. Like, if this is about the size of the human body, then these wasps are enormous. So we don't want that. They are creepy and they turn you into a hive, but they're normal looking wasps. Apart from that, like, they kind of look like any other wasp, or they at least mimic the sort of wasps that sting you, despite actually being calcid wasps. They're actually parasitoid wasps, which are not in the same family as the wasps that you and I are familiar with, like the ones that sting you. These are the parasitoid wasps, and their entire lifestyle is just being a parasite of other species of insects and or arachnids sometimes. And they don't really like mess with humans. Like, they have what we would call a stinger, but it's technically an ovipositor. And they are actually the progenitors of every single wasp and bee and ant that you know of. Every hymenopteron, which is like that entire group of insects, ant, bees, and wasps, they all come from parasitoids. Those were the OGs. And that's why they all have, not all, they tend to have stingers on their butts. Those used to be their ovipositors. On most species, they just became stingers or disappeared sometimes. But the calcid ones, the ones that are still parasitoids like their ancestors, they keep the ovipositor with their original function. So that is what you see in, let me show it to you guys. In this one here, what you're seeing here, it actually goes up here and there. It's very fucking long, so that's why it like twists around. It's very long, so I can actually like, in real life, these will search for the larvae of usually moths, I think maybe beetles as well, that burrow into the wood. So it's a kind of larva that spends all of this larval stage inside a dead tree trunk. It's just like slowly eating through the wood and kind of staying safe under the wood because, you know, they're kind of protected from the outside. These little fuckers will find them, will drill through the wood, and will, with the stinger, and they will infect the larvae. So they are not safe under the wood, actually. They're kind of sitting ducks for these guys. You know, it's a numbers game. If you're a moth you're, as long as you make more larvae than those that get infected, you're probably fine. It's the constant struggle of of life, but yeah, these guys have really long stingers, and that's why they kind of twist around their body, so they can sort. And this is a sort of sheath that they, when they're not actually stinging something, they sort of keep the end of the stinger in here, and so it's sort of protected. But yeah, they're kind of weird looking. Not the ovipositor wasp again. I will subject you to it every single day if I need to. Can you remind us what wasp is in Spanish? Avispa. So if you know the bike, the Vespa, that is the same word but in Italian. So it's really close. Avispa. So it's like with an A and starts with an A and has an I instead of an E. Velvet ant wasp. It's a flightless wasp. Yay, I love the velvet ants. Are they native to where you live? That's so cool. Cow killer ant. Ooh. Okay, so we have eliminated the original wasps, and now I want to figure out what this will look like. Yeah, I want to use this as a base because it just has such a cool texture. So I think this will be the person's left side, since that is the one that got infected. So this is, you know, it's going to be the continuation of this. So their left side being the gnarliest one makes sense. And I'm kind of thinking, like, should this be the torso? I think we'll sort of cut into it a little bit to make it more human shaped. Might make sense. First of all, I'm gonna cut out some bits of the background that are bothering me. Probably not gonna matter too much in the end, unless it ends up being like the final edge of this layer here, but I'll still like clean it up a little bit. Oh, talking about bugs. You see, Silk Song is coming out this year. Finally. They have confirmed a date. And it was a sort of like footnote in the Switch 2 announcement thing, which is really funny. But yeah, it's what all everybody was talking about. And with everybody, I mean me. That and the fact that they have a new FromSoft game that's going to be a Switch 2 exclusive. It's literally just Bloodborne 2. So yeah, if you were wondering what happened to Bloodborne, I guess like From did want to make a Bloodborne-ish game and Sony didn't, I guess. So they just said fuck it and went to Nintendo and are getting paid by Nintendo to make the exclusive spiritual successor to Bloodborne. And it looks to be kind of steampunk. Really strange, but we'll let them cook. You gotta let FromSoft cook. They'll usually cook up some good stuff. We have eliminated the original wasps. They're disgruntled wasps hating time traveler. Hey, Laos. But yeah, I can't wait for Silk Song. I'm debating whether to play it on stream or off stream. Because I did play it. I played Hollow Knight both on and off stream. So I don't know what I'll do with Silk Song. We'll see. Still got probably most of a year to think about it. Okay, we have cleaned up the edges. Probably too much, because I don't think we need to clean up the ones on the left, but... Velvet ants are nearly indestructible by means of force. Oh no. So what I'm thinking is making this into the left side of the body and, you know, the person's left, not our left. And I guess I need to at least sketch something out now that we have like some sort of base. Put a block of wood on top of it and it stood on the block with your full weight and it was unscathed. Oh my god. And you provoked it. Not a good idea. Okay, so what if the head was here, was kind of like attached to the hive and mostly covered, but we can maybe see an eye, sort of a pleading looking eye. And still the source of the infection is here, the infestation, I should say. So that's like, you know, where the hive starts growing from. So that's a part that should be like the biggest. And this used to be an arm, so maybe there's like a little traces of the arm. Maybe. Then I guess maybe the other arm is like more unscathed. Like would still get a little bit of it. And I sort of wanted to only have like a vaguely human shape. I wanted to like still be mildly recognizable as a human, but it is mostly hive at this point. And yeah, maybe it goes down here. Like, I'm wondering about the legs. Should we have them more or less clear so we can at least see more of the shape of the person? Should they be infested as well? I don't know yet, but I think that's kind of the vibe. It probably needs a better pose too, but... kind of just drew it around this layer. Meanwhile, to realize it was a view of the front. Yeah, we're keeping up. We're keeping the same vibe as this one. Like taken from the same angle, but further back. Because I do want to see like an eye. Maybe that's like the only sort of human thing left of this person's body. I did have a good one. Where is it? Oh, this bad boy. We already used this one in the last edit, but... Sabandija, you made it. Get that. Sabandija is the client here, so... That's who we're making these pictures for. So I'm currently trying to just like figure out the general shape of this thing. I want it to just look barely human, basically. Like maybe like half of a face, then you can see an eye, kind of still like more or less outside the hive, and the limbs, at least the legs, are a little bit less affected. So you can see it's still standing. Actually, question for chat, for Sarandija, obviously. What do you think would look better? If the person was standing kind of limp, but you know, on their feet, you know, maybe their head is a little bit like this, right? But they're mostly standing. Or if they were sitting, maybe with their legs kind of fetal position, they're kind of crouched with their legs in front of them, like they can't even stand, and their legs are fusing into the hive as well, like they've lost the ability to stand. What do you think would look more interesting, folks? He's got to be able to watch football. Exactly. That's all the guy can do at this point. Just sit him in front of a TV and stay clear of the wasps, I guess. Straight out on the floor, like sitting down. The wasps, yeah, the wasps like the football. I feel like it would drive the point more if the subject couldn't stand. Yeah. There's kind of, you know, the balance is I want this person to still feel like they're alive, even though barely. But I think we can drive that through the eye. The eye sort of looking at the camera with a sort of like wild look, maybe. I think that would be really good. I think that would really drive that home. So maybe it doesn't need to be standing. Otherwise, yeah, if we make it like lie down or sit very limp, it could feel like, oh, this person's dead, right? I still want it to feel like, despite this, all of this, they're still like trapped in their body. But the thing about making it like sit with their legs like in front of their like kind of crouched like that is that we can actually zoom a little bit more, because if like let's say this is the torso, right, that we're looking at. If this is a torso and we need to have like the full legs standing, it'd probably have to be this size because you need the legs down here. And the face would be really small. So you can show that this person's alive sort of through the posture, but not as much through the eyes. If we go crouched, or, you know, sitting in a fetal position, whatever you want to call it, we can make the torso like this big, maybe. Maybe not exactly, but, you know, around this size. So there's a much better view of the head. Sitting in lotus position, almost meditative. Maybe. I don't know if that's the vibe, though. It feels too calm. But yeah, I think these two together can form like the main hive. Let's look for a picture of a person kind of in a fetal position. So maybe fetal position. I'm gonna remove Pixabay because there might be NSFW stuff. I don't know. But yeah, kind of looking for a person with their... Okay, kind of like this. That's what I was thinking. But this person has the their arms in front, so it's not exactly it, but it is the vibe. Otherwise, what would be a good word for that? For like a sitting position with your legs in front of you. So I can search here. Because fetal position is going to give us a lot of people lying down. Squats. Okay. Or crouch, yeah. Squat seems more... Yeah, it's more gym-like. The slab squat. Okay, crouch has some... starting to look a bit more like what I had in mind. This one specifically is sort of the vibe. Unfortunately, we don't see the feet, which is like the one part I wanted to keep sort of intact. So crouch might be good. I'm gonna search on Pixabay for this one as well. Can't skip a leg day, no excuses. Exactly, you gotta work out. Especially if you got a wasp infestation. How are you gonna fight it if you don't keep healthy? Your cat is pawing Bean on the TV? Aww. They want to be friends. Okay, crouch is sort of the vibe. But we need to find like a pretty specific angle. And honestly, like, you know, it's not the exact position because I think their ass should be on the floor. Kneel? I don't know, because kneel is like on your knees, right? Like, yeah, that's the pose. Perch slump. Could be. This one's nearly good. Dang it. What's up with this cat? Why is it looking at me like that? Yeah, that cat would protect you from wasp infection for sure. Maybe the search, the thing we need to search for is for like sitting on the floor or like sitting floor. Maybe that is what we need. You know, worst case, I can just go and take my own reference. It's just gonna take longer. Did once watch her cousin's cat torture and kill a wasp. Why is it spicy face? Oh no. I'm glad it was fine. Learning experience. Okay, let me try sitting and floor. It's gonna give us other different poses as well, but I mean, we could go sideways too to sort of show the pose, but still have like the person looking at us. Wouldn't be against that. Might be a good one, to be honest. Exactly. I need a picture of a person looking sad and dejected like this, but with their legs out. I wish you could do hyper-specific searches like that. Unfortunately, you can only search for very general terms. Slumped against wall? Could be. Oh, ballerina sitting. Good. It would be really funny to have them with their legs splayed out like that. It's just like the hive, and then there's two intact legs just boink. Good for like 3 years, and then they made it worse. They did make it worse at some point, yeah. I don't know. They don't have really good search functions in these sites, unfortunately. Shaving legs might be it. Tiny hives instead of shoes. Oh, that would be very good. Oh, this terrified looking kid. Unfortunately, child proportions, so we can't. But this is close to what I was thinking. Okay, we're starting to get like completely unrelated things. What happens if I look for slumped? Slumped? Is that a thing? Nope, I guess not for these sides. Well, I guess this guy's kind of slumping. Slump. Same thing, okay. So I guess that is not a good search term for us. Okay, from what we got, I think... like, actually maybe sideways like this might work. I don't know. I wanna see. so we essentially just want the legs, and we're gonna have to recreate a little chunk here, but it's not, oh, this way. It's not a huge amount. So let me do a rough selection like this. And no, it's a little bit, it's not like the right angle exactly, so I want to try a puppet warp. What are the first results pictures of Africa? I do not know. These slides are strange and inscrutable sometimes. Okay. Oh, we can't warp it too much. Okay, hold on. We do this by parts. That's how this is done. So first of all, it's going to be just making the feet contacts on the ground. And second part is going to be fitting these together. And, you know, we can have like the hive sort of start there. And this is going to be like intermixed with the hive, so we don't need like a perfect exact leg. It's going to be part of the whole essentially, but it gives us a baseline. And I mostly just want like this bit, like the feet and the lower part of the legs. Playlist Chef's Kiss. It's mostly just like video game remixes, but yeah, it's nice. You can get a link to it right here. It's on Spotify. Okay, so if we combine these. For now, this is a blob, so we kind of want to shape it in an interesting and slightly humanoid shape, let's say. I'm so glad I found this picture. It's just so good. It's so gnarly. Like, pretty much perfect. Okay, we can use this to create like the beginning of the leg to sort of start shaping things. So maybe we flip it. Become cabbage leaf. Okay, I want the back, and we're looking at this person's left side. That is the side that has been infested. So we're looking at their left side. So this is the most affected part. And I'm gonna try to keep the proportions to the ones in the person in this picture with the legs. That's gonna give us a little bit more. Yeah, obviously the back is too big for this. So it just sort of gives us a baseline. I'm gonna do a selection around it so I can just like have the shape essentially. Yeah. So, you know, considering we've moved the legs around a bit, but a body like slumped forward would look like this. So if we want to make it bigger because we want it to, you know, cover more of our canvas. So if we want this to be about this size, we'll need to make the legs bigger in equal proportion. So that's the leg. Okay. That's actually pretty good for the baseline. That way we'll keep the proportions to somewhat more human. At least a general shape of things. Oh yeah, I forgot this. So like, I guess as if you essentially like did this pose with your legs in front of you and the hive kept growing, you sort of get calcified in that pose. So this person straight up can't move anymore. This is their life now. Hi Bean, the sleeper. He is so sleepy today. Yes. Okay, sympathetic face. Well, first of all, I think the torso could be like, this bit of it could be moved to the right. I'm gonna make this smaller in general, like so. And yeah, we're starting to get more human proportions, kinda. So on the things that matter, like the wait, huh? It's stuck to my mouse. I'm not clicking or anything. Oh, Photoshop, never change. Okay, now. Okay, it's working. It's working. No worries. We'll just save and move on. But yeah, the most important things I sort of want to keep in proportion are the legs and the face. And for some reason, this picture is super large. That's strange, because it's only... Oh, it's 2.5 gigabytes. Okay. And it's probably a lot of these pictures I put in that I'm not really gonna use. Okay. Yeah, essentially, okay, just let me make a little sketch of what I'm thinking of, actually. You know, obviously the leg is where it is. I'm not going to change that. So just thinking about the torso and taking this one as our baseline. The leg should kind of pop up from there. Different angle, but kind of same place. And this here would be the torso. With the neck and the head. We're not going to use this person's head, by the way. But it's sort of proportion guideline more than anything. This arm, you know, it's kind of fused to the body anyway. Since the last installment, it's already been fused. So it's part of the mass. So we don't care about that. The other arm maybe could pop out a little bit from behind there. So it still like sort of exists. But yeah, just making this quick little sketch so that I don't have to like constantly pop in and out from the photo, and we sort of just keep the parts that matter. Just the general slumpiness. I guess that's a word. Oh yeah, who here was on the Discord yesterday as we did our April Fool's little thing. That was fun. For those who weren't there, all the mods, we got together and we decided we would start speaking like a hive mind, and our goal was to try to get as many people as possible to change their name and profile pic to their name to just the hive mind, and their profile pic to the same picture of Bean, and so everyone would look exactly the same. It was super confusing. Join the hive mind in like a second. Hell yeah. Some people tried to resist, but it was futile. It was futile. You're asleep? That is fair. Honestly, we'll do these things like at random points when it's mostly just like, yeah, whenever the mods are all like online. You embrace your inner sleepy being. That's true. You were part of the hive mind in your deepest dreams. Okay. So we got the approximate shape of the leg. It's going to be slightly different from the sketch, but... And I'm just going to call this one... Oh! Call this group torso. And... yeah, I wanted to... You know, this is the shape of the original person's torso, right? But I want the hive to sort of like grow on top of that. So it kind of does like a huge bump on the back, let's call it. And I guess there's even more I could put in here, but I think that's too much. Probably too much. We can add a little bit of the edge of this one just to kind of create a more interesting hard edge. Sneeze. I'm sorry. I didn't have time to mute the mic. Jane Prentice! I remember that. Hey Magtol, how are you doing? Yeah, the more I'm seeing this, the more I'm liking this pose. I think it's like actually doing it on the side like this looks a lot more interesting than having the same sort of pose from the front, because it doesn't really, like the front version of this pose doesn't really have a silhouette. It's just like the legs are covering a good chunk of it. So yeah, having it look like this, I think works quite well. Belly full of delightful dinner. Oh, me too. I had so much for dinner. We went to a nice restaurant. You know, one of the pricier type of restaurants, but where you eat like really well. And at least the portions were like pretty large, so it was very good. I'm so full. Okay, so far we got the shape going. Yeah, I want more shape around like this area. A little more volume there. And I think that might be just like adding some of this layer back. Yeah. I made creamy lemon chicken orzo. It's an orzo. Nice. That sounds delicious, Mactel. I made some curry yesterday. It's actually not curry from scratch, but it's like the Japanese kind of curry where you'll buy like these little curry tablets and you'll just make a nice like a veggie broth with some whatever meat you prefer, and then you just add these these little curry cubes and they turn it into this like really thick curry. It was really good. I actually brought it back from Japan. It's one, you know, it lasts a million years, so we were saving it for a nice occasion, and I made it yesterday. And I made so much of it. Like one of those little packets will make a huge portion, so we've been eating it throughout the day. So I always like that. I always like having something that you've cooked that'll last you like a few days. So you wake up, you don't even have to think about cooking. You're like, yes, I got curry. Right. Oh yeah, the rice shaped pasta. That's true. I forgot that name. And yeah, there's still some curry that I'll probably eat tomorrow. Excited about that. Well, not right now, because I'm actually quite feeling pretty full right now, but conceptually excited. Wondering if I should use this person's arm to put it here, but we don't really have a lot of detail on it. Let's do the head first. We'll figure out the other arm later. Yeah. So we'll take approximately the same angle and as this head, but it's instead of being facing down like this, it's gonna be facing towards us. And I'm gonna mix it in with the hive until like you can only see one eye and it's looking directly at us. So I'm thinking if there's any specific searches I could do that would give me that sort of angle of a person kind of looking at you and kind of facing sideways like that. Actually, don't know. This is for a commission, Mexel. It's for an album cover. So like one of these is gonna be like one of these four is gonna be the album cover. Still don't know which one. That'll be up to Sarandija, who's the boss. Yeah, whichever one will end up looking best for a cover. We'll see. Oh yeah, we need someone with a big mustache. Because, you know, that is the one thing that we can see from this person. Big mustache. So, here's an idea. Let's just look through... Because it's a very, like, specific old school mustache that I don't know if we could find, like... Let's see what we can find here. Maybe some hipsters. Maybe some hipster has the same vibe. It's not quite. It's like a big mustache, but it's not like a super groomed mustache. Makes it pretty hard. Just screaming at us. Oh, okay. Maybe not like a screaming face. Like this, like angry screaming face. But what if their mouth was kept open, like just calcified in this like open position? Am I cooking, chat? Am I cooking? Whoa, look at this guy. He is awesome. Incredible facial hair. Incredible hats. Possibly the best combination of elements. Fucked up and you know I love it. It's very dense facial hair, right? I wish I had dense facial hair and not something patchy. He grew his mustache straight into the sideburns. Hell yeah, he did. Okay, let me do a quick select here. Older guy, got a good bony jaw. We're not gonna see the jaw. Don't worry about that. Honestly, this guy will need more of a mustache, and we were going to change the eyes, but I think since we're going to mix the face and the hive, I think it's going to be fine to sort of mix and match the elements a little bit. Oop. I only want this person's mouth, basically. Kind of like Lin-Manuel Miranda. We're torturing Lin-Manuel Miranda. For the crime of creating Hamilton. Oh yeah, you created Hamilton. Well, 1000 wasp attack. The angle's not quite there. I don't know. We might use like a different base entirely, but maybe we only keep the mouth from this person, and we kind of move it around, make it feel, you know, less like screaming and more like kind of slumped. Adjusted necessary punishment. It had to be done. I'm sorry. Sorry to big theater. I'm sure they're gonna lose a lot of money over that. Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna look for specific mustaches because we can edit someone else's mustache on top. It's not the worst thing. These all look like, you know, the stereotype of hipster that you'd see in 2010. Like, I'm glad they're still out there. I hope they're thriving, doing, you know, stereotypical hipster things. A bean. Bean-like creature. Hold on. Hello. Hello. When he's sleeping and you disturb him a little bit, like you'll kiss him, or you'll just touch him a little, he'll do the tiniest little scream, and it's very cute. I don't know if you can see it from this camera angle. He'll just do like the faintest little sound. Hold on, we got bean cam number 2. The new and improved angle. And somehow it still can't catch Bean's face. Look at him. The boy. Whoop. There it goes. Hi, Bean. You're showing your asshole to the camera again? No judgment here. Good morning. I woke him up. Now he demands attention. You guys know I'll give it to him. Okay. Trying to look for a face with a good angle. This guy maybe? He needs a bigger mustache, obviously. But who doesn't? So, got a selection of the face. Let me figure out if that angle is... You just sneezed all over me, dude. Ew. It's okay. It's angel snots. It's angel snot all over my arm. Love you, dude. You're awesome. Yes, you are. Yeah, yeah, you are. Little hug. Little hug. You wanna hop on? What? Oh, scratch the mic. Yes. Scratch the mic. You wanna sneeze all over me again? Just so chat can see it. So chat can freeze frame the moment your snot sprays all over. No? No more sneezing there? Okay. Need to credit Bean in the album liner notes. His work is very important. He's moral support. Come on. Come on. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There. Come on. Very good, Bean. Anyway, where were we? Yes, this person's face. So the idea is to flip it and... Okay, you know what? This might actually work. He looks a bit too good, but we can fix that. We're gonna fix that, don't worry. It's, one issue is just gonna be like, how do we mix this in with the rest? So I want to keep the face like where it's supposed to be. Okay, here's what I think we need. We need a shape here that creates a sort of shoulder, essentially. What do you think, Bean? Bean, do you deserve a treat? Because you're... Oh, you're... He's drooling over me. What's up, Bean? You're snotty today. Okay, so let's give Bean a treat. He's literally drooling over it, so. This man's sick. He has kitty allergies. No. No, he's fine. He's just been sleeping for a long time, so he does that after he wakes up for a long sleep sometimes. Okay. Let's go into crunch mode. So you'll now hear background sounds. That's because I've removed every sound filter. Just so you guys can hear the crunch. And this is one of the crunchy treats. One of his favorites. Bean. Let's calm down. Calm down. You wait for it. Let's get your mic up close. Really good crunch right there. Good job. That was a top tier crunch right there. I am full of bean snot. Bean saliva. Drooly boy. Need to get to sleep. Okay, Samantha, thank you so much for coming. I will show you as soon as the stream is finished what we got. Thinking of what to use for the shoulder. Maybe another one from this photo. Maybe this. very lit up, but could work. Or if you flip this, whoa, it's so large. Ooh, maybe that. Yeah. Hello, Bean. Okay, here's the idea. We make that go over the face. So we can sort of start blending it in. I don't know words today. Good yawn. You just lick my beard? Do you want to groom my beard? No, he does that sometimes. He'll just start like obsessively licking my beard. And I'll let him, because I think that's just a kitty's way of saying like, I love you and I want your beard to be clean. You said I'm stinky. I guess so. Am I stinky, Bean? Oh, you're just kissing my nose. Thank you. He's so cuddly. Lately, he's been just getting on my shoulders a ton for no reason. Like, he just started doing it more. I think maybe because it's a little colder and it's a warm spot up here. Yeah, we just had like a really cold spell here in the Canaries. I mean, it's relatively cold. You need to wear something more than a t-shirt outside, but you know, it's cold for here. So he definitely feels the cold a lot. He's not used to it. My poor little boy, you were born in island mode, and you've never known anything outside of it. You've never known the pain of having to get under the covers. You can sleep anywhere, dude. House is not a home without bugs crawling under the skin. Exactly, I've been saying this. These poor babies in their tropical paradise. It was t-shirt weather today and freezing yesterday. Sounds fun. Okay, so here's the idea, I think. We have the hive go up to this point and cover the eye that's on this side, but leave one eye intact. And actually, do we even need a mustache? I don't know, maybe this whole thing could be covered. We go like entirely mouthless. Hi, Bean. No, that was not a treat. You thought it was a treat. Oh, poor boy. He thought he was getting a treat. Oh, the immense disappointment you must have felt when I brought my hand up to my face. And alas, there was no treat for you. Oh, yeah. So disappointed. I'll give you a treat. I'll give you one. A small one this time. No one of the crunchy ones. Okay? No crunch, no crunch. These ones are supposedly good for your teeth. I don't trust it, but why not? Animal cruelty. I raised my hand up to him and didn't have a treat. He's so disappointed. But yeah, I fixed this terrible wrong that I did to him. Of making him think he was gonna get a treat. Are you good? Are you better now? Are you not angry at me anymore? I hope so. Oh, it's shower time, I guess. Shower time on my shoulders. Okay, let me find good spots to blend in with the face. Reparation nibbles. I think, oh, my mic is a little bit too far. There we go. Oh yeah, do let me know if my sound is normal today, because I keep getting worried since the other day it just broke out of nowhere. Hi, Bean. Oh, yeah, I like the shape. Kind of does the... Goes over the brow. Yeah, that thing. What are you looking for, Bean? Another treat? You're getting greedier now. You're getting greedy, dude. I love when he sits up here and he just looks at it, like, everything I do. He's like sitting up there, just kind of watching for any movement and usually just purring nonstop. Aren't you the happiest boy in the world? Tell chat. Tell chat. Tell chat how happy you are. Look, right there. Yeah. Say hi to chat. You don't want to say hi to chat? Are you getting... you getting shy? There you go. Little kiss, little kiss. Hey, Mitchie. Beanie's taking over the stream now. He's the streamer. How about that? Bean, do you want to take over? Oh, he just wants cuddles. Yes. I love the little face he makes when he closes his eyes like this. Like, ooh, yeah. That's the spot. Isn't it? It is one of the spots. This is a spot too. Ooh, yeah. Good stuff. Wait. Sorry, went a bit too hard? Okay. But this spot is his favorite. Just look at him. Oh, yeah. Pure joy, whimsy, and pleasure. I'm playing through Pokemon right now, the newer one, Scarlet. And mostly because it's based on Spain, and it has some designs I like. The game is jank, but I'm having fun with it. I'm playing it like really restricted, with permadeath and fun things like that. And um, my first Pokemon, obviously I chose the cat starter, which is the plant type, whose name is Sprigatito. Like it has like a Spanish sounding name. It's a kitty, and yeah, I named him Frijol, like bean, kind of Nuzlocke, but no, with no catching restrictions. Like I can catch as many Pokemon as I want, but I can't heal. I can't use any healing items at all, except for held items like berries and stuff. And I can't. You know, the only way I can heal is through like the Pokemon centers. And if a Pokemon dies or faints, right, they die forever. And I just put them in a box called the graveyard. and whoop, there you go. You were falling off, Bean. And yeah, it's actually quite challenging because I'm not only doing that, I'm also training literally every new Pokemon from this generation. Every time I catch one of the new ones, I'm catching like everything I find. I'm trying to like complete the Pokedex as well. But all the new ones from this generation, I am like training them. So I'm like training an entire full box and trying to keep them like all at the same level, which means, you know, you're actually under leveled for most of the game. And that makes it quite challenging. So it's a lot more fun for me because Pokemon games are easy. So just giving yourself extra challenges like that make it a lot more fun. And oh, there is one exception to the permadeath rule, and it is if it's a shiny, it gets to live, but it has to lose a move. Because you know, it's obviously you won't throw away a shiny. That would hurt me. And luckily, I found 4 shinies in this run so far. I'm not even that far on, so like 3 gyms in. I don't know if I've been getting really fucking lucky, or if it's just much easier to find them in this generation because they're just like walking around instead of having to like constantly get into encounters. You can just walk around and you'll notice them if you pass by, and you're like keeping an eye for them. So yeah, I've had luck has been on my side so far, but I have also lost some Pokemon I was like training up and like really invested in. And it's just like, oh, it hurts. I'm also naming all of them. So the first one I named after Bean. I named it Frijol. So I decided to keep the theme and name them all after foods. Not all of them. It's the general vibe I try to go for, but I'll name them after food adjacent stuff, or sometimes just other stuff if it's funny enough. So I got a shiny Mudbray, which is the little horse, the little ground horse. I'm gonna see if I can show you. Because I sent a picture. Yeah, found a shiny Mudbray, which is kind of gold color. Kind of fancy little horse. And it's actually like a really busted Pokemon, like its evolution. You can just get like super high defense and then you're pretty much untouchable. And I got a shiny Smoliv, this little guy. I love this guy. It's one of my favorites from this generation. And it just has a black olive instead of a green one, which is cute. Oh yeah, and I named this one Köttbullar, which is the Swedish name for meatball. And I hope somebody gets that reference. Does anybody get that reference? I'll just say it. There was a fairly high profile case years ago when IKEA meatballs were found to have horse meat in them. Which, I don't know what kind of meat they sold it, but you know, they didn't sell it as horse meat and people got really angry. And I think they got into lawsuits and stuff over it. And they were proven to have horse meat. And I don't know, that just lives in my head rent free. So when I had a horse and I'm naming them after foods, I named it the Swedish word for meatball. And I think that's my favorite name I've come up with so far. Like, for example, I cycled through a few of the olive ones because they're pretty frail. So they kept dying. I think I killed 2 of them. And the third one I got was a shiny. So that one can't die, thankfully. So I named them all after varieties of olives. Because I'm Spanish. I I know many olive varieties. I have a few favorites. Don't get me started on olive varieties. They sell you the bad stuff. You need to look for the good ones. You need to look for Picual. Hojiblanca is really good too. So yeah, the shiny one I got is actually called Hojiblanca, and Picual was the first one I got that died. Horses are great because you can ride them, and then when you get to your destination, you have a snack. No. Okay, you know what? I think screw the mustache. I think it's more interesting if it's like the face, the entire face is sort of embedded in. So I don't think we need to do the mustache, though. We can do the mouth. The problem is this angle doesn't really work. So maybe we look for scream. Okay, not that much. Yeah, I'm looking for screams. Trying to look for one that matches the angle somewhat. Oh, maybe this one. Yeah. Oh, question for chat. If I were a Pokemon trainer, what do you think I'd have? Like, what would be my team? If I was like a gym trainer, what would be my type, and what team do you think I'd have? I have opinions on this, but I want to hear what you guys think. Okay, this is kind of silly. Yeah, it's not the right angle, but let's see if we can find a better one. I'd have a Snorlax. I mean, it's that one's an obvious one, right? I really like Snorlax. One of my favorite guys. A Sudowoodo? Huh. What makes you think that? I've never expected that. I would have expected Bug. Yeah, what Mexel said. Bug Fairy? Very interesting. Did you even notice the Snorlax? It's been there for like ages. You don't pay attention to me. Yeah, like I think I love bug Pokemon. I know it's a really weak type, and that's kind of why I love it. Part of it.
Pseudo because it is a Pokemon that presents itself as one thing only to reveal it was another entirely.
It is a mimic. It is a mimic, that's true. I do like Pokemon with mimicry. I do not love Sudowoodo's design though. And it's not very strong either. So but yeah, I want you guys to guess my favorite Pokemon because I think it's pretty obvious. It's not Snorlax. I like Snorlax, but that's just I like it. I like this because it's a thing that my sister brought me from Japan years ago. I always said it's one of my favorites from Gen 1, but I have a very specific favorite that I think you guys would guess. Sudowoodo redesign. That would be funny to do Pokemon redesign. Exactly, Lilith. I knew you guys would guess. It is Shedinja. Not Shed Ninja. It's not a ninja that lives in a shed. It's Shedinja. Yeah, Shedinja is my favorite. My two favorite types are Bug and Ghost. Shedinja is a Bug Ghost that has like a very fun gimmick. You know, maybe not like competitively like the best Pokemon or whatever, but I like a good gimmick, and I love the type, and I love the design so much. It is a cicada husk, and you can and it has an evolution gimmick. You can only evolve it if you evolve like um, Ninjask, which is like the standard evolution. But if you, as you evolve it, if you keep one of your spots in your team open, this guy just shows up. It's not an evolution. It is the husk of the previous cicada, which is like, it's so funny. That's such a good design choice. And for those who don't know, Shedinja has a really good gimmick where it only has 1 health point, 1 HP, that's all it can ever have. But the only way you can damage it is if you attack it with something that's super effective against it. Which, you know, it is a bug, so bug has a few weaknesses. But it limits, like, if the Pokemon that's in front of you doesn't have any move that would affect you, they're screwed. Like, you win by default, even if you have like the weakest fucking attack, because they can't do anything against you. So yeah, it's a really fun gimmick Pokemon. Shedinja Kotsu, no! You didn't know that one? It is so good, right? Yeah, let me show it on stream for those who are not as familiar with Pokemon. This right here is Shedinja, and this is what it looks like. It's a really good evolution line, even though, you know, the main one, Ninjask, is a little bit mid, but the initial one you get, Nincada, is a cicada, and it's the young cicada. It still has like the tiny wings. It doesn't have the full wings. So its evolution, it's molting to the adult cicada. So you know how small cicadas have like big pincers, and they use those to like dig through the ground because they live in the ground. So they have big pincers and small wings. And it evolves to an adult cicada that has, you know, the mature wings and small pincers. But yeah, if you evolve it, this is like the normal evolution, right? If you evolve it with an empty spot, the husk becomes an entirely new Pokemon, and it's so cool looking. And I want to see the back sprites. It is just empty inside. That's what it looks like from the back. And the wings are just like the husk like breaking open. It's inspired design. The in-universe myth that looking into the gap of its back takes your soul, and they force you to see it. Yeah, that's true. That's so funny. So yeah, that is my favorite Pokemon. But I think if I had a team, if it was single type, it would probably be Bug. If I could choose 2 types, it might be Bugs and Ghosts, because those tend to be my favorites all throughout. There's a new, I don't remember its name, but it is a dung beetle. This one. It's a psychic one. I still haven't come across it. I need to find it in a new game. But it's such a funny... It has a little face, which is kind of creepy. But the evolution is like, you know, it's like an old man wise face. And it has like a psychic dung, I guess. I don't even know. It's a weird design, and I kind of love it. Where are you, Bean? Hi. This might be my least favorite Pokemon. No, don't be mean to it. I like the evolution. Favorite bug? Yeah, it's the best bug. Like, honestly, there are many bug types I love. Heracross. Heracross is a really good one. It's not the strongest, but it's such a cool design. It also gets Mega, which also looks really cool. And it's this beetle right there. It's Hercules beetle, which is fun. It's a fun concept for an evolution. You also got Volcarona. Volcarona is a really strong Pokemon. And it gets new forms in the new game. It gets new forms, and this is in Scarlet, and this is in Violets. Like, some Pokemon get like paradox forms, which are essentially just like past or future versions. The past ones are so much cooler, and this is the Volcarona one, which looks like this in game. I still haven't come across it because I'm still pretty early in the game, but it's really fucking cool. Fluffy, it's so fluffy. And it has a dinosaur tail for some reason. But yeah, Volcarona is really cool. It's a fire type bug. So yeah, I don't know which. Like, I think definitely those three, like Heracross, Volcarona, and Shedinja. Maybe the Dung Beetle because it's funny. And am I at 4? I need 2 more bugs. Oh, Araquanid. It's the dew spider. This is actually based on a real animal. I don't remember. Okay. Let's see if Origin or something will give us the inspiration. Where's the... Damn. I forget what it was based on, but it was based on some spider that, you know, created a little bubble around its head. Underwater spider, yeah. Yeah, look at that. They literally create like little pockets of oxygen to dive underwater, which is really fun. And they can breathe through that. So they carry their own. It's like a little scuba spider. Yeah, it's a scuba diver. So yeah, that's what the origin of this design is. They just kind of went the opposite. So it's like a water bubble. It's kind of weird, but I dig it. It's such a strange design. Diving bell spiders, thank you. So yeah, that one I love. It's weird, but it's fun. What else? I'm at 5. I need to find my 6th Pokemon for my bug type gym. Honestly, these have no synergies between them. You could probably find some good synergies if I actually thought it through better. I'm just like going by designs and stuff. Maybe Glycopod. That's its name. It's an isopod. It's cool as fuck. And it has an ability where it's, if it goes below 50 HP, 50% HP, sorry, it automatically switches out. So it's something that, you know, if you use it well, it can be strong as like a sort of like pivot thing where you make it like exit and re-enter at will, but the enemy can also like take, you know, advantage of it. But it's generally pretty powerful. I like Galisopod a lot. Yeah, I think that might be my 6th Pokemon. I'm trying to think of like other cool ones. I'm not even thinking of legendaries. There are a couple bug type legendaries. I don't like them. I don't- I never like using legendaries because it feels too OP. I think it's more fun to try to like make do with the regular guys. Um, yeah, I think I might go with those. Probably. Anyway, been getting distracted. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Okay, I'm trying to find a very specific angle for someone screaming or with their mouth open. And we're looking at them kind of from below, so it's a difficult angle to find photos for. So I'm not sure I'll be able to find something like really good. But oh, hi Bean. You want to go out? Okay, hold on. Let me open the door for Bean. You need to pee, little guy. Go pee. Go piss, boy. There he goes. But yeah, I am trying to think of a little competitive team as I play through this Pokemon game, because that's something I used to do. I didn't do it this generation because like when Scarlet and Violet came out, I just didn't have a Switch, a working Switch. It was broken at the time, so I couldn't play it until much later. So generally, my sister and I would play at the same time, and then when we were done, and a friend of mine, a couple of friends of mine as well. Um, when we were done, we'd each make a little team, and we'd just fight each other. You know, we try to make it like kind of competitive team, but without like really like min-maxing the stats. Just like something fun, without like having to grind or anything. And yeah, that was a lot of fun. I didn't get to do it this generation, but I'm trying to like I'm gonna try like making a little team, and then I do have some people that already played the game that I'm gonna play against. Yeah, or maybe I'll play in the like online, but I think that's pretty boring because everybody just uses like really strong legendary, so there's like everybody uses like the same 5 Pokemon, and oh, this one might work. I think that's boring. I like strange and niche strategies. I guess braces. No, not the braces. We'll see though. Does that fit? Doesn't have to fit perfectly, by the way, because we are gonna destroy this man's face. You know, it's not perfect, but let me see. Once we add all of this. You know, maybe. But I think I'll just make it... I'll kind of hide it inside them. And I'll remove the braces if we like this one. But for now, I'm just like seeing if this like whole open mouth thing will look good. So I don't know yet. We have yet to see. Okay, so what I want to do is sort of use these textures to essentially create a little space, a little hole through which we can see some of the mouth, but it's only like partially visible. And okay, just making sure it doesn't cover the rest of the face, so it's only that bit. But yeah, to you guys, a suggestion of like doing a redesign of Pseudo-Wudo or something. I think maybe not Pseudo-Wudo specifically, but using a Pokemon as inspiration or trying to like redesign it to create a fun speculative biology thing. That might be interesting. I still don't know which one it could be, so if you got any suggestions, could be a fun little challenge for myself.
Book.
Boogie. That's not a Pokemon, I don't think. But thank you for the suggestion. See, that's what I was thinking for the mouth. It's like a little visible, but it's, you know, embedded in the mesh. What I will do is remove the braces, because I do like this. So we're gonna fix up this, because this picture is from a time before braces. It needs to be period accurate. Yeah, that should do it. Pretty simple. Yeah, looks in pain. That's good. Now, he just needs an eye that's looking straight towards us. So, might be an issue. We need to find a picture that's, again, on a similar angle, but they're looking towards us. So, I don't know what we should look for specifically. Portrait? Very generic, maybe? I am making it bug. I am making this guy bug. Many bug, actually. Okay, the thing with portraits, usually it's looking straight at the camera, so that's good, but the, you know, the angle is usually like looking straight at the camera, not kind of sideways or like this. What if I look for scared? Because I kind of want scared eyes. Scared eyes that look at us, preferably. These are really bad scared faces. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with all these stock photo actors. What about, hold on. Is she cooking? Is she cooking with all 1 million expressions? Most of them not not at all what we're looking for. But yeah, like this one's, it's facing the front too much. But I was sort of thinking something like this. Like just pleading for mercy. maybe too wide open here. I don't want like a shocked face. I also think that's a bit more like pleading, but still looking at us. And that's kind of hard, like specific eye expressions like this. Especially when you're looking through stock photo actors, which tend to make these like really exaggerated stock photo faces if you ask for any expression. It's not a game for subtle people. It's, oh, look at this one. Maybe like it's a bit shadowy, but maybe that actually works. And it looks a little bit like sad. So that might be the vibe. Honestly, the angle is pretty spot on. Looking at the size and making sure it matches. Well, it's not a perfect angle, but it's close enough. Okay, let's try to work this one in. Let's see what we can do. Yeah. That's not bad at all. Okay, as for the hair... Oh, thank you for the save reminder. I think the hair is too nice. Should be more disheveled, probably. And let me move this slightly. Yeah, should be more disheveled. And this curl here is like way too nice, too coiffed. I think that's a word. What's the lore on this one? It is for an album cover. So it's going to be about a parasitic wasp that turns you into a hive, essentially. A eusocial parasite. So it starts like this. Just first image is the wasp stinging you, which the sting is just like it's using its ovipositor to lay eggs under your skin. Then those eggs start hatching and forming the first structures of what will become the hive. And soon enough, they're all becoming adults and starting to essentially like build your flesh and other materials into this huge structure while you're still alive. And this is the third stage, and what we're doing is the fourth stage. So it's like this person entirely consumed, or nearly entirely consumed by the hive. Also, I should go get Bean. Let me see if he's at the door. He was waiting at the door. Hi, Bean. Come over. Yeah.
The combo.
What boys? Oh yeah. Hello, my baby Bean. Did you have a good time outside? What'd you do? You eat? Yeah, your face smells like food. So you ate. Okay, so in terms of the face, I think I need to mix this area here a little bit better, so it like kind of leads into the ear. So, oh, Bean, Bean, no, where are you going? No, were you trying to eat a cable? Here's the criminal in his full length. Extremely long criminal. What will we do? What will we do with him? No, we don't let him eat cable. If he eat cable, I can't do Photoshop anymore. That's the unfortunate truth. Also, my hair, Bean. My hair is now full of your... My face is just full of your hair. That's what I meant to say. That's words. Hold on. I got it. Oh, careful there. Don't take your nails into me. I got the emergency Bean hair remover. For just this situation. Hopefully that got rid of all of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bean, I need to have this because you're full of that stuff. You're just covered in it. I think it would be nice if I could shave you entirely. If I would make you bald. You'd look so cute. Oh, oh, oh. Careful. You want to go down? Slow. Oh, Bean, be careful. Bean. Shh, 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 shh. No. No, you can't eat pens. You can't eat cables. You can get a toothbrush, for example. You want to do arts? Is that it? Here, Bean, I'll let you paint on top of my piece. I think you deserve to sign it. Let's go with this brush. Sure. A little bit bigger. Yeah. Okay. Bean, you want to play? Oh. Is it? No, not playing time. It's not art time. He just wants to observe the process. And that is completely fine, Bean. He did make a very small... Oop. You want to do art? Oh, okay. Oh, maybe he does. He made a small thing here. I don't know if he's just... Oh yeah. He doesn't seem too motivated in the art making today. He's just slightly pushing. Oh, that's it. Oh. That was bean arts. There we go. We'll keep it there. Beautiful bean art. He's so talented. Even when he doesn't even put that much effort into it. You can tell he exudes raw talent and confidence. Me? No. You don't play with the plants. He's trying to attack the plants. Exhibit A. There we go. I have distracted him. Hold on. Let me set up. This is one of the reasons I got Bean Cam here. Is because I can actually just like pitch it down. Have the bean play space on full view. Here. Oh, Bean. Right when I said that. You escape. Oh, there he goes. So I can simply do this and follow the bean. Follow the action wherever it goes. Isn't that cool? Having 2 bean cams. It's a necessary expense, you know? No, it's just my old webcam. Since I switched to a DSLR. No, not a DSLR, it's a mirrorless, but you know. I switched to like a good camera. I now have one extra, more standard webcam. And now it is Bean Cam 2. It's been upgraded. And you can get full view of the bean attacks. Look at him. Where are you going? Where are you going? We see you. Through the cable. We see you, Bean. You can't hide from us. I still gotta move the camera around to follow him, but it isn't like a better default spot, so I can just like flip it down and get the bean play zone. Where is it, Bean? Can you see it? It's right in front of your face. Whoop. Oh, I'm getting JPEG'd. Don't worry, Bean Cam will never get JPEG'd. He does not deserve it. He's a pure and innocent soul. He has done no crime. Except for joy and whimsy. He's going bananas. Look at him. Yeah, bunny kick. Ooh, you nearly got it. Ooh, yeah. Where are you going? Where are you? Oh, right there. Hi. Boop, boop, boop. Man down, man down. The toy, when you touch him with the toy, sometimes he'll just like flop on the ground. It's really funny. Oh, I've been hit. Man down. Bean. You know you're the protagonist of this stream. You know everybody loves you. No, I love you, but are you aware that everybody in the whole wide world loves you? Because you should. Chat, you gotta tell him. If you don't tell him, you'll never know. Bunny kick, bunny kick, bunny kick, bunny kick. Yeah. Go for the kicks, go for the kicks. You're killing it, you're killing it. He's pushing up against the... Oh, that's so funny. He's using the stick as like leverage, kind of pushing against it. Bunny kick. You're doing so good, Bean. Bunny kick, bunny kick, bunny kick. You're so strong. You're literally so strong. Oh, oh. Shower time. Impromptu shower time. You good? Yeah, okay. Bunny kick, bunny kick, bunny kick. He got too excited. He got too excited about the bunny kicks. Okay, we'll keep working. Good job, B. You do great. What I do is I'll put this in my pockets and I'll just like move it around or like move my chair, and that way he can still like keep playing as I work. At least that's the goal. Ah,
Terrifying.
camera's full. There we go. There he goes. Keep going, Bean. One of these days you'll kill the evil worm. Nope. Is that it? You going now? No, he's just stalking. Sometimes he'll do a fake out like, oh, I finished playing, and he'll run. But he's actually just like repositioning to stalk the evil white worm that he loves to hurt. Okay, so we can put this in the ear, but I don't know if I love this specific spot. Yeah, maybe that. I'll start to play the same way. They love their worms. Don't you be? Oh, are you done playing? Yeah, he's just lying down. I'll leave his toy in the standard place. Right there. Oh, I'm so sorry, Randy. So short of her 18th birthday. Oh, she had a long life. Looks like a happy one. Hi, Bean. I see you. Yeah, it sucks. Losing a pet is a lot. Oh, I'm sorry, Randy. Bean just sent you a hearty meow. Okay, I don't want to reuse the same textures a ton. I'm trying to be careful, like, not to redo the same pattern over and over, because I'm using this one Hive, and it's really fucking cool. So it has so many good, like, little bits, like, you know, This one around the face is the same as this one, just flipped. That sort of thing. So yeah, just gotta be careful not to overdo that. Yeah, the hair that's uncoiffed, that mane. First of all, we can make the ends a little bit messier, which is already a good first step. But I think I'm just gonna cut this curl entirely. Just like this. You need the door bean? Hi. Do you want to go out again? Okay. Won't you go in and out all the time, Bill? Come on. He loves entering and leaving the room for no reason. It is body horror time. How you doing, Kent? We are scuffing up this guy's hair. And I think I might just look for like a picture with messy hair. So, messy hair. I'll see if something good pops out. Because I don't think this person had time to, like, you know, do his hair this morning. He doesn't seem to be able to do that. Suit's dead? Nope. Still alive, baby. Alive and stuck in his own body. Fun times. Okay, what about this? There's a few messy hairs, but it's not... I could use that. Just to make like the forehead a little messier. So I'm just gonna apply this on top. I have to change the lighting a bit, but... That's pretty good. So we need to increase the contrast, but I like that. Just kind of add some hair in front of the face. Makes it feel a bit messier. I don't know, maybe these floaty hairs could go below, maybe. So if I flip that, and why do I have this still open? Sometimes I'm editing something on like half a screen because I have the image search still open. Don't know why I do that, but it's definitely not like very efficient. Okay, let's see if select subject will do a job. Nope. Okay. So let's do this manually. Let's start a selection here. And then we'll go in here. Hey, thanks for the follow. I'll just call you B1 because I don't know how to read that. But if you got any clues how to read it, let me know. Thank you so much. I am making some pretty heavy body horror. This is all about a wasp that stings you and turns you into a human hive for its brood. So, you know, like a parasite that has complex social organizing, just like, you know, bees and wasps do. With queens and workers and all the jazz. So this is like the late stage. The earlier stages looked like... Oh, there's a sting. This is like early stage, middle stage, and we're currently doing the final stage where the person is barely recognizable anymore. Might we do the shape of this side of the face? So let me get out another copy of this. See what I can do with it. It's Bill Cipher. Okay. That I can see it now. Makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, that reminds me. In a few months, I haven't noted down, I don't recall when it was, but you know, when after the Book of Bill came out, one of the edits I did for like the website was a little joke, which is an ultrasound of Bill in the womb, and it said, "Congratulations, you're gonna be a father. See you in 9 months, Papa." And I had the idea of exactly 9 months after doing an edit with like Bill being born. Let me show you the ultrasound one. Hold on. Where is it? Here. It's actually 2 versions. I'll show you extra cut content. This is the one that went into the website. The sillier one, and then there was a scarier one that we didn't end up using. Yeah, there were 2 versions. Pregnant Alex version. No, it's just gonna be like an abstract you. Like, oh, you gave birth to Bill Cipher. but the edit is fully approved by Alex, because I did run this by him, though. Reminds me of the Woundworm. That is exactly like, that is where I got the textures and the bass ultrasound is exactly the same. You know, we're doing these like on the fly kind of, so I reused stuff. Also, there's just not a lot of good pregnancy ultrasounds online, so you gotta reuse. Recycling is important. Also, I should go get Bean. He's probably at the door by now. So he was not at the door, but I went to get him. So now he's here. I picked him up and put him on my shoulders. I'll carry him around like this a lot. Are you good there, Bean? You comfy? You can raise your... There you go. It's more comfy for you. Oh, yeah. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, we got the face. I wonder if I should... Oh, okay. Whoa, big jump. I wonder if I should cover more of it. Still not sure. I definitely want to have the eye. Like, that's a must. And I like this one a lot, because like the shape of the other eye is sort of visible. But it's like sort of been fully embedded. So I don't know.
Imagine your one remaining eyelid gets itchy.
Oh my god, yeah. Can't do anything about that, baby. See, I'm wondering how much I can cover him in textures until, you know, it goes too far. We lose too much recognizability. What does it mean? No, you can't play with the fake plants. No, because then you'll make a mess. One day he'll take these plants down and it'll be a big mess. Oh, he wants to play now. Don't you, Bean? Yeah, he wants to play. Okay. Let's get Bean Cam working. There he is. Let me focus him. Whoa. Okay. Where are you now? Oh, there he is. He was just lurking. Oh shit. The camera. It's all good. Okay, so thinking about this and how... Oh, that's a lot. Okay. How hard to go on the eye, on the face in general? Like, how much clearer skin should we live? Website is so cool. Thank you. I try to keep everything like just up to date there. So it's essentially just like an alternative to social media. And, you know, I like that. It's your own little corner of the internet. And you can do little collections like the bestiary. So yeah, I'm glad you dig that. Oh, where's Bean? Hi. You keep moving around, Bean. It's hard to get you on camera. It's also not the best angle for There we go. Here, you can have it. Whoa, okay. He instantly got spooked. Oh, Bean. Here's a real question. Clever use of tourniquets isolate the hive to a specific limb. So you could do something like the Bioshock bug plasmid. Honestly, I don't think so, because they could just like, you know, they don't move under your skin all the time. They move over your skin as well. So if you do a tourniquet, they could just like walk over it and keep building their hive. They might even use it for material. Oh, what if we did that? So the eye is actually just like still there, but it's being enclosed right now. And there's a wasp right over it. Yes. The wasp was just teabagging the guy. Yeah. I dig that. And I feel like for the hair, we can sort of keep some strands like over it, over the texture. UFOs sighted. Great name. Thank you for the follow. You'd need a compression outfit. Yes. Found about your work through AZFK. Nice. And Curious Archive. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, both of them are lovely. I did some commissions for AZFK as well, and I talked to both for their own videos. So yeah, they're really good YouTube channels, and they clearly like respect the artists that they cover, which is always good to see. Hi, Screamer. Come over. You want to say hi to chat? Let me get the bean cam back on. Whoa, careful, baby. He's lying down like wherever. And my keyboard is just there. So that's where he is. Are you good there? You chill? Are you gonna eat anything important? Like the pen? Hope you don't eat the pen. Don't do that. Oh, he pressed a lot of buttons too. Okay, there we go. Out of all your running series like Megalomorph, Fractal, or Sheepototec, which would be my favorites? Ah, that's hard to choose. That's like choosing your favorite among your children. They are my babies. I don't know. I'll have to pass on that question, honestly. I don't think I could choose. And oh, if you like Megalomorpha and Fractal, I got some exciting little new things coming. I got the new part of Megalomorpha. I'm 2 out of 3 in pictures. So it's going to be an update to the body horror part of Fractals. And we get an update on the Fractal Eye from back in the series, seeing as it has kept growing and taking over the face. And an update on somebody with fractal arms. Not specifically anybody in the series, but, you know, fractal arms at a later stage. And I'm just missing a third one for this, which I think is going to be fractal teeth. And I think we're going to do that tomorrow. So we'll soon have the next part of the fractal series completed. Which is the second to last one. No, the third to last one. Because after this part, there's 2 more. And yeah, for Megalomorpha, a lot of stuff in the works. A lot of stuff that I have yet to write, but I have images for. And the last one I worked on takes place in a Shinto shrine in Japan. And where they worship this adult Megalomorpha that has been like using them for centuries to as like sort of breeding stock for its own children. You know, not quite breeding stock, but you know, they need to fuse with humans. So it's been like recruiting the humans from this cult, essentially. But yeah, I'm just missing like some story stuff for that. I got the concept of it, but I'm trying to figure out like what the characters are that tell this story, because there needs to be like some sort of, you know, a little bit of a character story within that. It can't just be lore, as much as some people would probably like that. It can't all just be lore. And yeah, so it's missing like the more character exploration part of it, and an ending. That's kind of what I'm missing for that part of Megalomorpha. But I got all the main images I wanted done, so the whole setup is done. His arms looks like a basket star. Exactly. That's it. Literally what it is. I used a basket star and sort of made it look like arms. So you are on the money with that. Oop. Don't move Photoshop. Yeah, that's a couple pictures of basket stars. It was a hell to do the selection because I had to select around all of these little things. And yeah, that was a lot. Imagine feeling like one of your tiny fractals brush up against a large portion of your skin. Yeah. Oh, this guy looks in pain now. I think we got the expression like spot on. So I'm quite happy with that. I think what we're missing is one arm, because his left arm, it's gone. Like, that's where the infection started. It starts like here in the arm. So at this point, it's entirely like eaten through his arm. It doesn't exist anymore. Like, there might have been a part of it that fell off entirely, you know? So, whoa, Bean. Bean. What are you looking for there? That it is? What is down there? I'll get it for you. I'll get it for you. Don't obsess. Don't obsess over it. It is... Ta-da! It's tape. It's sticky tape. Yay! You found it, Bean. You're so smart. Is the reason the megalomorph tried to take control of humans because the insects were the first land species? No one take control of the planet? I will not say, actually. I think it's more fun. The whole series is more fun. Kind of the less you know about it. And actually saying these things outright, giving them like a reason to be, it kills the mystery entirely. You know, it's like when the horror movies get bad once you show the monster. That's when all the mystery is gone. So in this case, I am showing the monster, but I'm not explaining anything about it. And you can piece things together, of course, as you like read through. But each part of the series essentially just gives you a little piece. But I always try to make it so that for each piece of the puzzle that it gives you, it asks like more questions. It makes it even more mysterious. That's a general goal. Can't say if I'm like 100% achieving that, but that's like, you know, what I try to do. So like, as opposed to a lot of my other stuff where it's like, you know, speculative biology, where it's like animals and they like make sense within the world, and explaining them is part of the fun. I think with Megalomorpha, they're not at all like that. They're a lot more monstrous and mystical and weird. You can't quite like place them in an ecosystem, if that makes sense, you know? So that's kind of my guiding principle with them. It's just keep them that way. Keep them nearly like, you know, folklore monsters. They're kind of inscrutable. And have like some nebulous goal that we can't seem to quite understand. So I like doing both. I like doing speculative biology where it's like the goal is explaining it, and then I like to do the opposite too. You gotta keep people guessing. So yeah, that's why I don't blame when people like will ask me like very specific like biological questions about Megalomorpha, but I will not give them the satisfaction of an answer. Because to a large extent, I don't know either. Like, it is... I like to keep it vague for myself, too, if that makes sense. I definitely know, like, lore things that you guys don't, but there is... The overarching mystery is a little bit of a mystery to me as well. Is Knick Knack the Clown? No, Knick Knack the Clown wasn't the one-off. Just a fun little thing that I did. Must be a couple of years ago now. God, time sure moves. I reposted it recently because I haven't posted anything new, so I wanted new stuff. But yeah, that was a little thing that I did for a stream with a friend called Oki, and we both did clowns, or like a clown sew-now of sorts. We're doing like a clown themed stream. I was like, oh, I want to do a clown, a creepy clown that's kind of like a um, an urban legend, and the whole mirror thing came through that. Okay, we gotta do the leg now. Also, if you're wondering about these white things, that's Bean's art. Because Bean is an incredible artist. And he'll sometimes like to take my pen and draw things. So. He wanted to add to this piece. Do you have any plans on some upcoming series? Well, currently trying not to like overextend myself. So I'm trying to finish Fractal. Trying to like to push the pedal on that a little bit. I'm trying to also get the current parts of Megalomorpha that I got in the works, get those like through the finish line. And oh, there goes Bean. We switch to Bean Cam 2 or Bean Cam 1. Yeah, trying to get like the current ones through the finish line, trying to get the Fractal series done. Shipetotech is honestly that's a series I kind of just like work on from time to time. I did a piece pretty recently, so I probably won't do the next one until a while from now. And oh, this is actually really gross. I wanted to check what it looked like without the old photo filter. Awful. Anyway. Yeah, it'll probably look a bit more like this towards the end. Actually, we should put the bean art inside. I'm gonna do something, hold on. I'll take the bean art and I'll find a place for it in the background. And maybe we can keep it in the photo. How about that? Yeah, I guess after Megalomorpha, I guess Megalomorpha can never be quite done. It's just like whenever I feel like I'm done with it. You know, I feel like the final point for Megalomorpha is going to be like me putting it together in a book or something like that. And that's when I like call it done. And also like when I get to that point, I'm gonna like I want to update a lot of the old stories and add more detail to them, especially like the first ones because they're a bit simpler and I got like better at storytelling as I went, so I kind of like want to retool some of the old ones and make it all more cohesive. So yeah, that's probably when I'll call Megalomorpha finished. It might even never be finished if I keep coming up with ideas. I try not to put like a specific like end to it because I don't know. It's a series that will keep going as long as I keep having ideas and time for it, I guess. Other than that, the other main thing I got like, in my head, apart from Megalomorph, Fractal, Terry the Bean Planet, all the good stuff, is getting the bestiary, so all the speculative biology things, putting those together into a book probably. I think the best form this will take is a book, but it could take other, like it could be other things, but my idea and the initial idea I had for this whole speculative biology series is to eventually create like a fake biology textbook that just contains all of these and sort of looks like, you know, a biology book, maybe like the notes of a researcher, something like that. And contains a little story to it, which I still don't know what shape that would take. Like, that could be. What I have in my mind right now is the story of the researcher who's like finding all of these, and sort of not finding but cataloging all of these weird species, and maybe has like a weird fate, like this person disappears, and through reading their notes maybe you can find out their fate. That's working, the working idea. Also, I've been yapping so much. Thank you for the save reminder, and thank you for the follow, Troubled. Or Hatter. Hatter is very better. Like journals from Gravity Falls. More organized than that, so it's not like scrappy, just like written on by hand. It is like research notes, like serious research notes that this person was putting together to like publish in like academia. So it's like serious sounding stuff, but the guy disappears, right? So we never know, like he never gets to finish this big research project on these strange um, like fringe species, right? So the book is a combination of like more finished stuff, like, oh, this is what I'm going to publish, and then maybe the notes that he made, and then you know it kind of mixes in different styles. So maybe one looks more like a diary that he's writing as he's going. They mix it in with like more serious research notes, a sketch that he did, something like that, and then you get like the final piece, like this is what I'm going to publish. So not quite a school textbook, but just a collection, a loose collection of like research papers and that sort of thing. But yeah, maybe some of it could be a bit more textbook like. Maybe he wants to like actually write something like more approachable, like a textbook for people to learn about these things. Let me move the bean art around. Hold on. I got. Let me cook. Let me cook. Let me cook. And I put it like at the edges. And I'm gonna blur that. So the bean art will be in the piece. It'll kind of just be like little blurry things in the background. He gets to participate. Was she like inspired by Gentito's Hellstar Remina? Actually, no. I didn't know about Hellstar Remina until much later. I know about it now, but not when I started. It's great minds think alike, I suppose. Inspirations? I mean, for what specifically? I got many inspirations. His hair still looks too good. This guy's still too coiffed. Gotta uncoif this fool. Okay, let me see. Let me see if I could find a good messy hair. Oh, you guys have too perfect hair. Come on. See, this might be more like it. This. Work in general. I mean, a million things, Bill. It's impossible to narrow it down for my work in general. I'd say like, yeah, Mr. Flesh was definitely an inspiration for Shibito Tech, for example. But you know, not for Megalomorpha. So it's inspirations are really hard for me to narrow down unless it's like for a specific thing, because I get that question a lot. It's always hard for me. No, it's all good. I love the questions. It's just a hard question, that one specifically. But if you ask me about any specific piece or any specific series, I can probably give you some answers on that. Yeah, or if you like Mystery Flashbit, so a few years ago I had Trevor Roberts, the creator, on stream right here, and it was a lot of fun. We made some art like for each other, just kind of inspired on each other's like series. So I made like a fake brochure for Mystery Flashbit, and he made. Oh, let me find the brochure, and he made some big cars that kill big bugs, which is really funny, like a big truck that with a giant fly swatter. Let me see if I can find that. Oh yeah, it's right here. So this is a brochure I made. It's Slippery Falls, the world's deepest amusement park, and you just go through biological tubes. Located in the deepest peaks of the amniotic thermal springs, the Slippery Falls Amusement Park will provide the whole family with a great day of sloppy fun. Slip down the entrail slides, go down the thrilling gut gusher, take a dip in the amniotic pools, and refresh yourself in the food court. And they got a special weekend time called Late Night Slipping, 18 plus only. That was fun. And Trevor did this one. The only good insect is a dead insect. It's a bunch of precision hydraulic swatting, aerosol toxic mass delivery system, mobile traction apparatus. It's a world where people deal with megalomorpha with giant trucks. It's really good. Okay. We have uncoiffed this fool. Now... Oh, it wants to be a PSB. Hold on, I got too many layers, I bet. Oh, that's the wrong key. Simplifying some of the layers, because they're getting kind of silly. Okay, I'll keep these. Not this one. Probably not this one. No, I might need it. Okay. Just like reducing some layers. What was my first piece of horror art? That was the first part of Megalomorpha. That was back in 2020. Actually, April 2020. Wait. It's gonna be 5 years. Which day is that? Okay, April 25th. Yeah, April 25th, 2020. Gotta mark that date. Okay, let's make a little note here because my calendar is still on March. So that'll be my 5-year horror anniversary. How time goes on. Hey Magnolia, welcome. Yeah, the first piece of horror art I did was this one. First bit of Megalomorpha. And Megalomorpha as a concept, you know, this was not meant to be a series. It was meant to be a one-off. And, you know, I was doing surreal art back in the day. So this was kind of like, oh, let me just do a little experiment where I do a horror story with an old photo. And I wanted the photo to be an archaeological dig. So I found these images of an archaeological dig, and it's two of the same place. So it's really good. And I didn't know what to put in it, so I kind of sat on it for a while. And then I found someone just like randomly scrolling Twitter, I think it was, and somebody posts a photo of a moth pupa and says like, what the fuck is this thing? So a large moth pupa, probably like a Goliath moth, or no, not Goliath, Polyphemus moth, one of those. And I was like, that looks alien as fuck. Like, that's perfect. I'm just gonna put a huge moth pupa in an archaeological dig and write a horror story about that. And the rest is history, I guess. That's how Megalomorpha started, in a complete whim. Yeah, they're turning 5. Megalomorpha are turning 5. Aw, they're so cute. They're growing so fast. Okay. Have there been some concepts of yours that have been scrapped? Oh, many. So many. I got a lot of scrapped stuff that I have just like in the back burner to just get back to at some points. Just like maybe not too happy with the edit, so I didn't like go. Like, I kind of left it halfway. I got stuff like this meat phone that it's just a phone full of meat, and it had a little story to go with it. But I figured, oh, I want to do audio for this, but then I never figured out how to do the audio. So now it's just an image that's kind of waiting for audio. Someday I'll do it. I keep saying. And then I got the ziggurat. That's an entire series that I've never posted. And it's because I couldn't figure out the writing, basically. But I got like 50 some images for it. And it's all about exploring this weird door in my basement. And it doesn't have a handle or anything. I break it open, and it just kind of leads to this utility corridor. And it's all in first person. And it just keeps going, and this looks like a weird industrial area. But then it keeps going down and down, and it keeps getting bigger and weirder and larger, and you can still always keep going down into the abyss. So I keep going down, and as it goes, it starts getting like more and more abstract, nonsensical, and uh, just like this concrete, abstract place, nearly. And yeah, that's the gist of it. There's a lot more stuff, but that's kind of the vibe. Oh god, I got so many pictures open now. Can I close all? Yes. I mean, it's not fully scrapped. It's just like one of those things I'll get back to at some point when I got... Probably when I get better at writing, essentially. Okay, let's do the leg right, because right now it's kind of, you know, just there. Not really well. Really well done. It's like two pieces of leg smashed together. Not very well, and it doesn't have a knee. It's missing that knee. Besides those two, oh, a few little things. I got some recent stuff that I'll probably get back to in a future stream. Like this one, I guess not so recent anymore. It's a few months ago, but I just was never really happy with the actual edits. The idea was like a self-portrait of myself, like deflated, like they took all the air out of me. But yeah, I wasn't happy with the edits. Couldn't quite figure it out, so kind of stayed there. I got collab stuff that, you know, it's still like waiting for the other part of the collab. Little things like that.
No verbal.
And oh yeah, I got this bottomless hole. That I like the pictures, but it's just a bottomless hole. Like I can't quite know what to do with it. Okay, so shaping the knee. I don't know if that's too... Let me cut it down like this, a little lower. And then I'm just gonna have to do like make up some textures to go over this. Okay, and then a second version of this. There we go. Oh, thank you so much, Bill. Really appreciate that. Okay, that is not the best knee, but since we're about to add more Hive texture to it, I think it'll be fine. So yeah, let's start doing just that. Let's hive that knee. That's what I always say. Have any other forms of social media? Twitch, Twitter, my website. Now I'm a lot more on Blue Sky than Twitter these days, because you know, Twitter sucks. I tend to like try to post the same things, but I'll tend to post to Blue Sky first and foremost. I'm really active on Tumblr. And kind of everywhere. Got a YouTube channel that I never use. But that I will someday use more. Because I want to do some like narrations of my stories. Just like get them in video form. Because I've had people like steal them uncredited and like sort of like narrate them as if they were real on TikTok, and it did like bananas numbers. I was like, okay, there's clearly like an audience of people who want like these sorts of horror stories, and I rather do it myself than have people steal it and misattribute it or just completely uncredit it and try to pass it as real for some reason. So I'd rather like do it responsibly and do it myself. But yeah, editing videos sucks. It's the main problem. Bean is amazing. I keep telling him. See, Bean? Chat says so as well. Never doubt yourself. But yeah, and with TikTok, I mean like every video platform, because anything you do for TikTok is also for Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, and all the TikTok copies out there. It's all the same thing. So yeah, it's like work that I don't really want to do, but at least you can post it to multiple platforms. So it's, you know, that lessens the annoyance a little bit. What do you mean giant meat planet isn't real? Do you know the one that people that, you know, got posted as real on TikTok? It was fucking megalomorphat. It was a giant bug, and they posted it like completely uncritically. It's like, really? It was, hold on, the church one in Norway. This one. So yeah, I guess conspiracy people are nuts. Although I guess this wasn't technically a conspiracy person. It was like a horror story narrator. Like they would just like her other videos were videos about like the back rooms and stuff like that. All uncredited. Like she straight up went to the internet, found stories that she liked, and then just like straight up posted it without any reference to the original artist or writer, and that pisses me off. I hate that people do that. the attitude of some people that, oh, it's on the internet, so it's like public, right? It's is infuriating. It's the exact same bullshit that the AI companies will say to justify like stealing millions of people's works. It's bullshit. But yeah, you would not believe the amount of people who take my work way too uncritically and just like, oh yes, this must be real. And don't even think about it twice. It's really weird sometimes. It's something that happens when context collapse happens, which is like the social media term for when something gets shared like outside of its intended audience. Like my intended audience is just people who like horror, people who like these sorts of stories and world building, etc. And but sometimes, you know, it'll go viral or get shared by completely different accounts, and then it'll reach the feeds of a ton of people who are not aware of the original context. So they either say, "Oh, this must be real," and they take it completely uncritically, or they say, "Oh, this is misinformation. This person is evil." And lately, the third and worst option is people say, I hate AI art, and I that hurts my very soul." Dead Internet Theory, thank you for the follow. Ever have any plans of collaborating with anyone else? In terms of like YouTubers? Creepcast? I've never heard of Creepcast. I not really, like, you know, I don't seek out these sorts of things. Like it's just been people that reached out. So if Creepcast or whoever else reaches out, I'll happily happily show up in their videos if you want to cover my arts or help them with the scripts. But I've helped with a couple other scripts here and there without like fully appearing in the video, but just as a you know, I'll check your scripts and corrects anything that might be wrong in it or something. Yeah. And usually folks are pretty nice about that. My favorite content collapse is the Omega male pregnancy medical chart that people were sharing as the left plans to give men uteruses. From like Omegaverse? That's wild. That's so funny. People will say the strangest bullshit sometimes. Yeah, context collapse can be a funny and strange thing, honestly. Okay, first of all, let's check our reference. Not quite reference, but kind of, you know, the proportion reference that we had. And second of all, I will take this very same reference picture, and I'm gonna see if I can get this arm, the one in the back, to sort of show up there. And honestly, I can probably pick like the front arm for this bit here. Yeah, okay, I have an idea. Let's see, let's cook. That's so funny, Lilith. I feel like the Facebook group people would, their heads would explode if you explain to them what the Omegaverse is. Okay, that should be lower, like this. Just trying to check if this would look decent. So, doing this arm and then like this hand. And let's see if that works. Not real on its own, right? How come your website Werewolf history? Oh yeah, the Lycanthrope series. I mean, that's kind of more complicated because it's a big collab project. So the first part that I did with David Romero, we agreed at the beginning, like I'm just gonna post it to my website. But all the other ones, there's plenty of artists involved, and I've been thinking of just making it into its own website, probably a blog on Tumblr, something similar to Mystery Flashbit, right? Where I can just live there. It can just exist online. But yeah, I haven't quite gotten around to that. Knickknack is not recent. Knickknack is a few years old, so it's there. It's just it's a little bit buried. Knickknack is, I think, like must be a couple years old by now. And this the Shipetota grill is there. It's just hidden. It's an April Fool's thing. It's not a real part of the series. So I put it in there, but you gotta like scroll down and click a little thing to find it. Giant sea serpent. Oh, the Nidhogg one? Yeah. I gotta remake that one. Because originally, like, that was straight up like a thing I made as an experiment when the first AI programs were coming out. And I was like, we didn't know how the sausage was made. It was like, oh, this is a fun little thing to play around with. What if I made it into this like kaiju idea I had? It's like, oh, maybe I'll use textures from that, right? So I that's how that one got made, and now obviously I don't stand by that. So I I've had it in my I've had the plan of like just remaking that with regular textures for a while. I get around to it. Maybe a good idea for a a future stream like one of these weeks. Yeah, good idea. I'm thinking of where to put this hand. Because yeah, honestly, the Nidhogg is the only one I gotta remake like that anymore. I only made like 3 things with those programs, and I've already remade all of them except for the Nidhogg. So yeah, that one needs to be cleansed of the bad shit. Because I do really love that concept of like a kaiju just being like the most mundane thing. It's just the execution. Okay, can I remake this bit of hand? Because obviously this guy's missing an arm entirely. Yeah, you found them. Yeah, you got a search function in the website now. That's a pretty recent thing I added. So if you ever want to find something real quick, it's in like under collections, and then there's a search bar thingy. Vision of the Crab Man. From like the evolution experiment one. Never actually considered making a third part for that. I wonder what it could look like though. Okay, let me see if this can work maybe for the forearm. If I'm looking at a hand like this, yeah, gotta fix up the edge. Because it might actually look like this. Left mouse shark picture from Dredge. Yeah, that was a one and done thing. Yeah, that was fun. The devs for Dredge saw it and they complimented me on it. It was a fun little interaction. Actually, I have yet to play the DLC for Dredge because I wanted to play it on stream. And I don't do that many gaming streams, so I never did it. So yeah, might be good. Yeah, but if I play the DLC, that might be a good opportunity to do some fan art, because the fan art was a thing for stream essentially. Like, you know, I play the game on stream, and I was like, oh, and to finish it, once we finish it, I will do a piece of fan art of whatever aberration we liked best. So I was playing through the game and looking for fun aberrations to do essentially, kind of as an extra little thing. Pale Rich or Iron Rig? Both of them. I've only played the game like when it released, so none of the free expansions or paid expansion stuff. I haven't seen any of it, other than like the trailers and stuff. I got it. I bought it, but you know, I like to keep the surprise, so I didn't quite like look at it more than that. Okay, so we group this up, we put this on top, that's gonna be arm, and This bit of the arm should be dark. And then obviously this arm is like way too kind of clean and perfect, pristine, untouched, and it shouldn't. Oh, let me get the soft lights. Yeah, it shouldn't be this pretty. So let's add some texture. Is he okay? He'll get better. %ed it. Yeah, I 100%ed the main game on stream where that came out, when that came out. Yeah, I think we got every fish and every aberration. Oh, I can't keep reusing this bit of the texture as much as I love it. Damn it. Okay, let's do this bit, maybe? Yeah, that works. That works. Upcoming entries for the bestiary. Ideas got hundreds. I have a big list that I'm going through. I think the next one for bestiary might be eye jellyfish, and I will let your imagination fill up the blanks of what that means. Okay, let me just group up everything right now, because I want to do some lighting on top of everything. So I take all of this, group. Oh, it's too large. It's still too large. Okay, I'm gonna delete these layers because I have not used them. What is this? There's a sketch. That is an old sketch that we didn't go for. And now hopefully that should save. And we got a group 2 here. I'm just gonna call it all. Yeah, I just want to add some general lighting to make the volumes really clear. Kind of have a problem with the background, actually. Because the background was too dark, so you can't get any contrast out of that. That's a little better. Does your website or Twitter account have exclusive photos you can only find on one? Or do you have both the same photos? Like I won't post everything to my websites. If it's like a small like meme edit or something like that, that'll often just go on social media. And if it's something silly and meme, it'll probably just go on Tumblr and Blue Sky, which is why I post like that type of stuff the most. You know, especially lately, because I don't like Twitter anymore. So since I don't spend a lot of time on it, I don't post a lot to it. That's not like my main art. That I just go there, post, and leave. That's how bad it's gotten. Waspman, that's gonna go on an album cover. But probably also on socials and my website. But yeah, that's when the album comes out. Right, we need a better like edge between the arm and the body. Because right now it feels like it's like just like popping out of the side rather than coming from behind where the arm should be. That is a little better. Wonder if I should do... I'm thinking with this one. Yeah, this leg. We don't have the kind of the shape of the other leg and behind it. So where is this? Is this part of torso? No, okay, it's this. So if I take that and just use like maybe a different chunk of it or something. The current bestiary entries, which is my favorite. Yours is between the baby snake. That was the very first one I did, I think. Before the bestiary was even a concept. No, that might have been the carnivorous sunflower. Thank you, Magnolia. All the bestiary entries are your favorite. Thank you. What is my favorite? I think possibly the face butterfly, the Junonia Persipon, the ghost buckeye. That was the common name I gave it. Leading tree. That was my sister's idea. Yeah, probably those two. Oh yeah, silly meat is fun. All the ones with like random meat growing in places are fun. Like the meat geodes. Green, thank you for the follow. Okay, I'm getting the volumes a little bit better. Okay, we need a shadow for all of this. What else am I missing? We need to sign it. I need to make the background a little bit more concrete because right now it's very abstract. But yeah, where do I sign this? Oh, and I need to add the wasps. How could I forget that? That's important. Let me actually open the third one, which I have a lot of wasps, and we can reuse that. Google AI recognizes how so, like when you search my name on Google or something. Okay, here we have the bees layer. No, the bees layer. And I guess there's this part of it. We're just gonna drag it in here. Okay, so we can add these just like I did on the other one, just like in the front. Full siphonophore. Yeah, I love that one. I'm glad I already cut a bunch of bees. I mean, you know, they're technically wasps in the story, but they're little flying, buzzing things, so... does not matter as much. Okay, I'm gonna add another group of wasps that is behind the subjects. Just fill everything with wasps. And we need to make these brighter. And maybe smaller and blurrier. Good. Now another one that's going to be in the front. And thinking of where to put this. Because I want them to be like, you know, in the foreground. So pretty blurry and covering a few things. And I think they should be a lot denser, like towards the back, because that's like the main hive. So maybe I push these a little bit here and remove them from the left side. Just like this. Will we come back to Santa Claus? Oh, the creepy Santa Claus ones? Yeah, I want to do one every year. That's what I've been doing since the first one was in 2020. It's been a long running one. Actually, should I zoom all this picture in a little bit? Let me get the background, the shadow too. Maybe we cut it like this. No, because then the body doesn't make sense. Yeah, maybe I'll lower it though. Let me take all the bees as well. Or the wasp, you know what I mean. Easter Bunny? Maybe. I'm out for Easter though. So I'm not going to be able to. Nope. My shortcut thing is not working. Oh, it is now. Good. Okay, yeah, this needs a bit more concreteness to the background, even if it's blurry. So I might go like room corner or something. and have this person just be lying there in a corner. We're looking, okay, it has to be from below, from like floor, from the floor perspective. Oh, it is getting so late. I think I'll do the background and call it. There's not a lot more to do. Actually, this is a weird one, but it is a good room corner. And if I cover the mirror here, it might be good. Yeah, why not? Ah, no, it's not the perspective, right? Yeah, it isn't. Has to be... Actually, what the hell? I got a picture that matches the exact perspective, and it is the one I use for the legs. At least we could use that for the floor, perhaps? Oh, it doesn't have a lot of floor. Damn it. Might have been good. Yeah, no, it's a bit of a hassle. Holiday mascot besides Santa? I figure out any good ideas. I did do a lot of Christmas stuff for Home Safety Hotline. That was fun. I think the red nose disease was my favorite. Okay, let me see if I can find one that is from like the floor perspective or close to it. Also, there is cat hair all over my screen. Who might be the culprits? A leprechaun in a mousetrap. That's a fun one. The mousetrap. I've thought of, you know, like dead woodland creatures or for folklore creatures is one I've done a few times and that I do want to do more of. Like, you know, those are the dead unicorn that's being caught in a car crash and the dead gnome that a dog is just carrying in its mouth. I do want to do more with that vibe. Nothing from floor perspective. It's like a very specific perspective, I guess, that I'm thinking of. What if I look at like studio background? Because that's going to be something simple. Okay, that's not what I was thinking of, but it might work with that angle. Let's see. It could be. See, that's... Whoa, nudity. Oh. Pixabay. It's always Pixabay. It wasn't full nudity, so it should be fine. Always with the jump scares with that website. And Jackalope? Never really thought of anything like too original with it. Okay, we got a couple decent ones. Let's see. This one with a TV. Not the right perspective. Okay. Oh, this could be good. Yeah, that's pretty much spot on in terms of perspective. It said there is something really strange going on there. Yep. There we go. Okay, where are the shadows? Because I definitely painted a shadow on. Oh, it's just like under the background for some reason. And I think this is going to go into overlay. Yeah, maybe. Okay, these two have essentially the same perspective, so any of these could be good. Maybe a combo. Because I do like this floor better, but this wall better. So maybe it's as simple as combine. There we go. Bigfoot for that matter. Yeah, I've never really found like an original take on Bigfoot because it's so like what I try to do is like something that nobody's ever thought before. It's usually like that's what I try to aim for. Obviously, everybody's thought like every thought has been had already, so can never be fully original. But I try to at least make it sort of unique, especially when I'm covering something well known like Bigfoot. Never really quite found that. But I know one day I will. I mean, I've done Big Butt Bigfoot. That's the one Bigfoot I've ever done. She's a travesty to the cryptid, but someday I'll do a serious take on it too. It will get its moments.
What does this smell like?
Oh, rot all over. Like this hive is built mostly of decaying flesh, so you can imagine. Honestly, the bean art just kind of blended in with the bees, which is really funny. The bean art is just hidden here. Let's put it on overlay. Yeah, bean art. Type of disease that makes a human devolve into a madman. That's, I mean, that's X-Files, kinda. No, X-Files. Was it a disease? No, but the Bigfoot in X-Files was like literally just some girl with that was it. It was literally some girl, which is really funny. Oh, no, was that maybe that was Jersey Devil? I forget now. It's been a minute. Might be mixing them up. I don't remember. Haven't seen X-Files? You should. If you like my stuff, you'd love X-Files. Cryptids, do I think it could be real? Not really any. Cryptids are folklore. They're not, you know, not like real animals to me. They're just like modern folklore. And that's what I love about them. That's the value they got. So like obviously no shade at all on people who do believe in them because they are part of the folklore. Like it's living folklore. And that's just really cool. Okay, and this is with the filter. Honestly, I should have done all of this with the filter on, but yeah. I gotta blur the whole thing instead of just blurring the background. I mean, the background should be a little blurry, but maybe more the wall. And we leave the floor sort of unscathed. Yeah. Okay, let me do... First of all, I guess let's just try it with the same filter as the last one. That's like the third part. And honestly, just that by itself works pretty well. I want more contrast in the eye because I want it to be more visible. So let me just add that real quick. Where is it? Here. What happened to the actor from Mulder? Wait, maybe I don't want to know. I'll just I'll just stay with the work he did. Sometimes I'd rather not know. And if your work inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, I guess like some of the storytelling like style. I haven't even read that much H.P. Lovecraft, but as a kid, I read Call of Cthulhu, and I really like. I think that the way like the story is told through like secondhand evidence, you never quite see it directly. You're just hearing from other people who see it. Like that style of storytelling is something I really dig, and that's something that you can probably like notice in my own storytelling. I love to do that. I love telling not only like the horror story, but like the story of the evidence itself. Okay, can we see the eye better? A little. We might need a little less Gaussian blur for this one. A little more sharpen under the... There we go. And then the grain a little bit finer. Because right now, like, the grain takes a lot of the detail away. I feel like we can get away with going a little finer on it. Maybe some sharpening in here as well. And should I do some vignettes? Like some white vignette? No, some black vignette. Oh, I do not like Wendigo, Bill. He's not a good guy. I'm sorry to break this to you. That guy started a right-wing militia. I don't... Not enough people talk about that. I don't want to make any public beef, but I do mention it if someone brings it up to me because, yeah, lots of skeletons in that closet. He what? He started a right-wing militia. You ever heard of the Boogaloo Boys? He was like, it's not quite like a centralized movement with a leader or anything, but he was one of the ones who started it. And then he moved away from it and decided to do YouTube videos about like, you know, creepy stuff. And for some reason, that past has never gone back to haunt him, which I feel like it eventually will. He also hangs out with some like really unsavory types. He's really weird about guns. Yeah, he's like, he has that like Christian conservative gun nut vibe, which is really American. The fuck is Wendigo? It's a big YouTuber, Lilith. Planet of the Apes with crabs. I mean, that would be more correct. The more correct evolutionary path. Should we go this high contrast? Kind of just like went with the flow with that edit, but I'm not actually sure. Also, oh, Bean has decided he wants the old edit. No, but I think I dig that. It's a bit lower contrast or higher contrast than the last one, but I honestly like, since I like this one, I think the best, I might go back and like re-edit some of the previous ones to match this vibe better, that rather than trying to match this to the previous vibe. If that makes sense. Oh, thank you for the safe reminder. Just in case Bean decides to press on my keys or something. Oh, so it wants to be a PSB. Why is this document so large? It's definitely something like weighing down. Oh, it's a background, yeah. That does make sense. And the bees, likely. Still too large. Yeah, no idea. Oh, might be this. There we go. I think that was it. Kind of creeped me out with how he talked about guns. Well, everyone in the USA is a bit bonkers. I thought so too at first. I had watched a couple of his videos, and then somebody told me about the Boogle Boys thing. I was like, oop, okay. Never touching this person again. Wild stuff, honestly. What is this layer? Oh, it's this one. Okay. There we go. Okay, couple things I want to do. I want to do a hole in the arm. Where's the sketch I did? Yeah, where the arm should be. I kind of want to give the feeling that it fell off, and now you can't really tell. But if there's a big hole where the arm should be, I think it would probably be more obvious. And here, not quite sure about the textures yet. I might do something real quick where I just take like the same texture, find like a different side of it. Yeah, that might be it. It needs more holes, though. But maybe smaller ones. Because right now this is a bit too homogeneous. Oh, this bit? Yeah, that might be it. You know his face on YouTube. It's been recommended in his videos. Well, now you know. Yeah, it's honestly pretty wild to me that none of this is blown up in his face and that nobody's trying to like make big drama bucks from it. 'Cause YouTube, a lot of YouTubers would probably jump at the opportunity. I guess the problem might be that a lot of like drama YouTubers are on his side. So they have no interest in actually calling him out for anything. I don't know. Crazy theory, perhaps. Ideas for bestiary? Oh, many. I won't spoil you of them yet, though. It's more fun if you see them as I work on them. Yeah, that was a red flag for me, and then I saw him say like, "Oh, I'm like 1/8 Native American, so I can't say it," or something like that, and it sounded like so much like a bad excuse. I'm like, I don't know, I don't know. Oh, bad edge here. What is that? It's this. There we go. Okay, we are getting there. I want to add maybe one more small hole like in the lower back or whatever protrusion used to be the lower back, I guess. Maybe I need to find it in a different texture. How about the other one we've been using? Just to keep it consistent. Not a lot of holes in this one, actually. Yeah. Oh, Bean. Spasm. What happened? You good? He's good. He's probably dreaming. Something startling. Hey, Aquila. Good to see you. It's your birthday! Happy birthday! Hope you had a nice day. Underscore Bill, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, folks. Hope you like body horror. If you don't, I'm sorry. How was your stream, Bill? Hope you had a good one. We're making a human hive. Basically, a wasp stung this guy, and this is what happened. All my viewers, real quick. Check this out. This is the story so far. A wasp stings you and lays a bunch of eggs under your skin. Then these eggs start hatching, and the little larvae start popping out and building structures to house all the rest of the little wasp's eggs. Then they start developing and creating a nest or a big hive, just out of the person's own flesh and whatever other materials they can find to hold it together. And finally, we get to this stage where shit's fucked. Joke's on you, I love this stuff, hell yeah. Thank you for the follow, Jackie, welcome. Nightmare fuel to end off the night, hell yeah. Just as you should. You're doubling up on your Valdevia, Bill. The Curious Archive video. That's very good. That is a kitty. His name is Bean, and this is his toothbrush. He loves dental hygiene. Okay, this is honestly like pretty complex piece. Lots of moving parts. I am struggling to keep them all together. It sounds good, Bill. Thank you so much for the raid. You have a good rest of your night or day. Any artists were like me? In what sense? Horror in general, or cool creatures? What is it specifically that you're looking for? Photoshop edits? Horror and creatures and monsters. I mean, you definitely know Trevor Henderson, good friend of mine.
I feel so bad for these wasps. The modern ones have been using plastics to supplement their flesh nest building. The microplastics reach into their larvae, leading to less wasps and less fitness overall in the species.
Damn. Poor things. The fucking microplastics are getting even to our parasites. But yeah, Bill, I'd recommend checking out Leslie Q. Lucef. I'm gonna link to these because it's easier than spelling it. First of all, okay, no, I'm gonna say something even better. Get on Blue Sky if you're not there already, and follow this starter pack. I made a starter pack full of really cool horror artists. It's like, must be like 100 of them. So that's definitely gonna tide you over. Early reminder that Beanie's amazing. What? I didn't know. You're amazing, dude. I did know. Hey, Rakuts. You have a good class. Okay, now we put it all together. Hit it with the smart filters and compare to before. Before, after, before, after. We got the hole in the arm. We got a different back. More of a specific texture rather than this kind of bleh. And yeah, some just like lighting changes. Nothing like super major. We should do a signature. And I think I'll call this done. I said I was going to do only the background and then call it done, but then I kind of got carried away and it's super late now. Yeah, I'm gonna try to finish this. Why not? We're here to win. Okay, let's do signature. Where should we put it? Could be on the texture, on the tile, on the floor, big on the background. Although I guess like it could be like really big like this, but it's mostly covered by the guy. So, I think then the most obvious one is just like in the texture of the hive itself. Maybe here in this like leg bit, that's a lot clearer. So we go here, that should be the texture. Yes. And we got a copy of it. Is that, no, that's the wrong one. We get a copy of this. Yes. Okay. So we already used like this bit. What we can do is maybe take like a little chunk out of it. Gonna Control J to copy that out. And find a place for it. I'm gonna do some puppet warping too. You're fine, Bill. Yeah, Trevor and I are good friends. We went to Japan together last year. That was a lot of fun. What do I use? In terms of like physical like peripherals, I use a tablet. This one is really old and busted, but it is an old Intuos. And you know, it's good for photo editing, honestly. Like, you don't need a fancy screen tablet or anything. Or just if you're starting out with any sort of art. It's I'd say like it's generally better to get the non-screen tablets because they are really durable, and like this one's lasted me, god, like probably 7-8 years at this point, and it's still going strong. Like it still perfectly works, like without a hitch. And it's been through many trips, it's been through hell and back, and it still stays strong. So I would recommend, like, honestly, if you're starting out, like getting not the small size, but maybe like the medium size or something of a screenless tablet and just going from there. Works like a charm. Your favorite wasp to hate is yellow jackets and build burrows. It's super aggressive. I don't think those exist here, thankfully. A thick round cat is mandatory for photo editing. That is true. It is very important. And despite what it may look like, Bean is not that thick. He just has a big pouch, a big primordial pouch. But he's a like literally the average weight for Siamese cats. Because I thought so too when he started growing, and because when we got him, he was still pretty, like, still a bit of a kitten. Like, we don't know what age exactly, but he hadn't finished growing. So he grew his like primordial pouch, which is the little belly, like the extra skin that cats have here. And he grew that later. It's like, oh no, we are overfeeding him. But no. He was perfect standard weight. The bean pouch, yes. What is he hiding? Secrets. Yeah, it's true that, you know, he's being around right now. Aren't you? He's not even bothered at all by me, like, moving him around. He's so calm. Okay, so we got the signature. Oh, it's shower time, Bean. Good, keep yourself clean. I might go lower exposure in general. Yeah. Like same sort of contrast, but a lot darker. Hmm. Yeah, a little darker. Oh, I know something that'll help the lighting. Oh, if I use a brush, that might be better. There we go. Shows us out of stock. Don't forget to save. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, that reward is timed, so people don't spam it. So that only means that it's just been redeemed earlier. What if I do this? White vignettes, because that's kind of what the other ones got going on, like this. And honestly, I should add a ton of grain. For real. Oh, this is not the final. The final version is this. But yeah. I should add like a first layer of grain that goes under the other one. Hold on, it'll make sense in a second. So I add grain, maybe with camera raw like this. So this is like the thickness of the grain. I can change it here. And if I add that on overlay, creates this really grainy effect that hopefully is strong enough to show up even through all the filters that we're about to add. Why does the cat have toothbrush? Because he loves dental hygiene. It's actually a toy. He loves it. He plays a lot with it. And it's really funny because when he plays with it, he'll often just like bite it and it looks like he's cleaning his teeth. So he does love dental hygiene. It's actually really funny that I say that, because we took him to the vet and it turns out that he has, and this is an old thing. It's not new. It was here from before, like when we rescued him from the street. He already had that. He had like a little spot on his tooth, and I asked the vet the other day what it was, and it's probably a cavity. So yeah, we're probably gonna have to do like a dental clean for the boy to fix up his teeth, and if it is like a bad cavity or something, they'll have to take out one of them teeth. Poor boy. But yeah, this is not like huge rush because it's nothing like it's been there for a while. So probably look at it over the next month or two. Thanks for hanging out, Jackie. Hope I see you on a future one. Have a good night. Oh yeah, I dig that. I dig the grainier vibe. It definitely showed up. It's good. And yeah, the white vignettes I think helps too, because it'll make it match the others better. Also, in case you didn't know, these little squiggles, Bean painted those, and we're keeping them in. The Bean art is staying, unless the client complains about it, because this is a commission. So obviously, that is to their discretion. But I hope it can stay. Also, I shouldn't be doing soft light on top of all the edits. I should be doing it under this. Bean is a wonderful artist. Underappreciated in his time, but people will know one day. They will know. Small things, but just adding a bit more volume to stuff. Okay, I'm gonna call this done for now, I think. Yeah, what do you guys think about this horrifying human hive? And its prequels, obviously. Which I'm probably gonna change the color theme so it all matches the same color, like the same color scheme. But yeah, this would be 1, the sting, 2, the beginning of the growth, 3, as it starts like taking over the body, and 4, as this person is still somehow alive. Thank you, Bill. Are you puppet controlled by Bean? I cannot confirm nor deny this. See you, Magnolia. Thanks, Mitchie. Yeah, I'm really happy with how the face came out, most of all. But yeah, that's gonna be an album cover. One of these, I assume it's gonna be one of these two that'll make the cover. But the 4 images, like the sequence, is gonna be it's gonna go in like a little booklet that goes with the album. So that's gonna be where this sequence appears. I'll definitely post it to socials as well, because I'm actually really proud of this little series. It's always really cool when I get commissioned to do something that is exactly my vibe, and that I also have, like, you know, creative direction over. Like, this is like, client suggested, hey, I have this idea, and I was like, oh, I had a similar idea, and we started chatting, and that's how this kind of came out. It's not like, hey, I want you to do this. It's more of a, you know, having some creative direction in it is always good. But yeah, that is gonna do it, y'all. Thank you so much for being here, and Bean and I say goodbye to you. It is really fucking late, so I should probably go to bed now. That said, we're gonna be streaming tomorrow if all goes well. I'm probably gonna be doing some fractals, so if that's something that you dig, if you want to see some more fractal series, that's gonna be tomorrow about the same hour as today, more or less. So yeah, y'all have an amazing time zone. And until tomorrow, hope you take care.